The Dent Slayer, Matt Boyette. Thank you so much for being here.
She's smooth, boy. She's smooth.
So today I went to one of my dealerships and I walked a lot, and this one dealership has gone from a very low volume dealership, like crazy low volume, to a very high volume dealership in a matter of probably a year, just with different management strategy. But I'm walking the lot and I walk by a Tahoe and I notice it's got hail damage. And so I'm like, oh, what do I want to do here? I'm not going to walk by this. So I write it down, hail damage. I'm like, I'll try to just sell them on just doing the hood, put a price on it. Walk the lot, go inside. It's pretty early. It's like I get in there around 9-ish, and the manager that's in there, he's really cool, super chill dude. And he looks at my list. He's like, yeah, man, do all this. It looks good. And I was like, hey, this one has hail damage on it. Do you want to just fix the hood? What do you want to do? And he starts cussing, and he's like, oh, man. He starts getting in his computer, and he's like, man, that's a certified vehicle. So it can't have hail damage on it. And so he's like, well, let me see if they caught it. And so the manager that appraised it didn't catch it, and nobody caught it in the certification process, and it's on the front line with hail damage. And so he just is getting pissed. I've never seen him pissed like that. And he's cussing the manager that his name is on the thing. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I've never seen him like this. And so he's like, you know what I'm going to do? He wants to be the manager and make the big bucks. I'm going to take him out of the system. He's going to be like a salesman again. I'm tired of these managers. You know, he's just mother effing everybody. And I'm like, dude, I'm about to get this dude fired. I should have walked by this hail car. But it ended up not being as bad as he thought it was going to be. Like I did a retail estimate on it, which was like about $1,400. And I said, hey, I'll do the whole thing for $500. Like in a wholesale setting, this is perfectly fine for me. I'm content doing that. And he was chill about it. But I couldn't tell if he seemed like he was really mad about it. But then after the fact, I was like, was he putting me on so that I lowered the price?
He sold you.
I was trying to save this other guy's job by the end of it.
Could be, man. It could have been a strategy. Those guys are crafty. They're good at what they do. Who knows? I mean, the guy didn't get fired.
No, but you could.
Was the other guy there? Was he there?
No, the other guy wasn't there yet, and he was mad because there was no other desk managers there. It's one of the these big dealers have all these managers, and you're like, how do they? It's not just a used car manager and a new car manager, or before that, just a sales manager. There's like all these different managers, and they have to do so much volume, and they have all these managers there. I don't even know, like they must be pushing out some cars. Some of these dealers with all these managers. It's crazy.
So did you do the car?
Not yet. I had to come here for this. I gotta go back tomorrow, which is good because my retail customer canceled on me.
And
So I'll have a
Suburban?
full Tahoe,
Tahoe?
Suburban, something like that.
You going to do the roof?
Yeah, glue pull it, cold glue it.
Okay.
It's light. Yeah. If I would have had to drop the headliner, it would have been a much bigger
Yeah.
price.
Yeah, 1,400 is pretty low for a hail car.
Yeah. Are you focused on repairing vehicles but forced to juggle insurance claims? That's a headache you don't need. With ClaimConnection.io, their team writes full CCC estimates for hail, collision, and PDR, then submits them and fights for every dollar you're owed. They handle the paperwork and the pushback. You focus on the repair. ClaimConnection.io, relentless claim support so you can fix more dents, make more money, and stress less.
This episode is brought to you by Mobile Tech RX, the #1 app built for auto recon pros. Whether you're chasing hail, fixing wheels, or repairing dents, Mobile Tech RX handles the full workflow from estimate to payment with zero fluff. With tools like X-ray, access photos, hail matrices, and tech pay tracking, you'll save time, make more, and look damn good doing it. Start your 5-day free trial at mobiletechrx.com.
Today's guest from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, owner of Dent Repair Now, former owner of Auto Appearance Institute, or what are we saying here?
Co-owner of both.
Co-owner of both
Me and
with
Melissa are a team.
his wife, Melissa, married for how many years?
This is 25. This was smart.
Wow.
We got married in 01. This is 25.
Yep.
So minus one is 24 years.
Good. Yep.
We're going to Italy for 25
What?
next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how many kids?
2.
2 kids.
2 kids.
Mac and
Mac is 19, working for us full time. And our firstborn is Elena. She's 21, and she works at a nail shop.
nice.
Yeah.
So today's guest, the one and only Gene Fetty. Welcome to the podcast.
Guys, thanks for having me down. I've been looking forward to this since it was early single-digit episodes when Matt texted me and was like, hey, we got to get you on. And, a year or so later, finally made it down. So thanks for having me. I'm excited.
Well, thank you for coming, and thank you for making the long trek down here. But when we started this, we weren't sure. We knew we had it against us. Distance. That was going to be a hard thing to overcome, people coming here. And so we just kind of put it out there to some random people, obviously people we wanted on, but we kind of just put it out there because we knew different times in their life they might be down here or not. And we wanted them to feel let us know when you're in town or when it works for you, because we want to have you on. Because that's such a hard thing is, you have the hail season and you have people traveling, and there's all different reasons why people would travel or come here. And we wanted to just kind of put an open invitation. If you want to come here, we want to have you. And so we put you on blast early then, just because, we wanted you to come. So thank you tremendously for finding the value to come here.
Could you get a direct flight here?
No. We were just talking off camera that Jacksonville is a small airport. Pittsburgh is also a small airport. So I fly Southwest most of the time. So I'm either to Midway or to Baltimore. So super early to Baltimore this morning, an hour layover, and then a couple hours down here. So not too bad.
Boom.
Needed a nap anyways.
What? And tell us again the temperature difference from where you left home to here.
Yeah. So when I got in the truck this morning, it was 25 degrees on the dash, and I'm like, whew. And what are we in the upper 70s here today? I think it was calling for 80s. It was calling for 78 was what it told me last night. But when me and Nat were standing out in the shop nerding out a little bit ago, I was starting to sweat. So
it was pretty hot today for the time of year. And compared to what it was last week, we had some really cold days here.
Winter was tough here. Now we're back in spring.
Let me cry you a river.
Yeah.
Well, winter's we always save winter for MTE week. So
yeah, MTE week is always cold, isn't it?
Yes.
It's we're going to Florida. It's going to be 50 and rainy. This is awesome. This is terrible. That feels like 20 at home.
Especially Orlando stays hot. For it to get cold like that it's not. There are probably very few days of the calendar year that are below 60 degrees there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Gene, take us back, man. Where did you grow up? How did you grow up? What was that like?
So I've been a Pittsburgher my whole life.
That's what you call it.
Yeah,
Pittsburgher.
Yep.
Okay.
I've lived in the South Hills of Pittsburgh my whole life. Grew up in a family of 4. Mom, dad, a younger brother, and myself. My mom was my dad's 4th wife. So I had 6 siblings. So I was the oldest in my household, but one of the youngest in all of the siblings. My dad was a police officer, so I grew up in a pretty, not strict, but you better do it right kind of home. You better not lie. I think I lied, fibbed to my dad one time. I think that was the last time I lied.
He knew.
He knew. Scared it right out of me. But really great parents. My mom was significantly younger than my dad. She worked in nursing homes the whole time I remember. I think they met. Actually,
Wow.
she worked at the police station, but she worked in administration for nursing homes up until she just retired last year at like
Wow.
76 or 77 years old.
Wow.
I hope to not be pushing dents when I'm 77.
Yeah.
But anyways, suburban house, medium income, not anything car related. My dad was absolutely not a car guy. So to end up in the car business was kind of I'm not even quite sure how we got here. Car stereos, but grew up there. Really a pretty low key, great childhood.
Did you like school? Were you good at school?
No, no, I was never good at school. School was not my strong suit. Still not like traditional education. As much as I love to teach, traditional education is not my strong suit. Like I just don't learn that way. I don't necessarily fit in that box. But that's cool. It just is what it is.
Elaborate.
Let me say this while you're thinking. My wife teaches 6th or 7th grade math, and she'll come home with these stories about her teaching these kids, and mostly it's the boys that aren't the best students. They can't sit still and stuff. I'm like, that's like that whole thing is not made for boys. Like a boy, to be a good student, a boy has to have a level of self-control that I think is not normal, to reject everything that his body's telling him that he needs to do to sit there and be a good student.
Yeah, I would agree with
In
that.
in that box that the normal education system, I'd say.
Yeah, and so to elaborate, I think that a lot of the education system is built for the masses, like to reach the most people. Which for that system to work, that's what it has to do. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm saying as somebody who doesn't learn the same way that the masses learn, it just wasn't for me. Like I could probably count maybe on two hands the number of like books that I physically read cover to cover. My retention on those books is probably pretty terrible. Like it's gonna be hard pressed. Learning that I love to consume the written word through audio, game changer.
Same.
Like my library of books that I've listened to and re-listened to multiple times and have learned from, through the roof. But that's not even an option in traditional education.
Yeah.
Still wrangling spreadsheets and scribbling estimates by hand? Say no more. Mobile Tech RX gives you everything in one slick app. Estimates, job tracking, QuickBooks integration, and more. It's built to help recon pros work smarter, ditch the admin grind, and get paid faster. Start your 5-day free trial at mobiletechrx.com.
Every repair shop owner knows insurance claims slow everything down. Enter claimconnection.io. Experts in writing CCC estimates and submitting claims that stick. They'll fight for every dollar while you do what you do best: quality repairs and making customers happy. Claimconnection.io. Relentless claim support so you can fix more dents, make more money, and stress less.
A lot of teachers, and I think it can be a thankless job, but a lot of teachers, it's just a job for them. And they're just in to do their job, air quotes, and go home at the end of the day, and they don't really think about it, right? They're just, here's the syllabus, here's what we're doing. Inside of there, I think there's great teachers who can see and identify these students, such as myself, that don't learn the same way, and they do care enough to adapt their teaching style to how their student learns, right? Which is something that I've really taken to heart in my career in teaching, is trying to best adapt to my students to get that information to them in a way that they understand. I took the cap off so it wouldn't make noise. I guess that would be my elaboration, if that's a word.
That's interesting because I too was not a model student. I was just talking to somebody this week about this. I don't know who it was.
I feel like this always comes up.
What, on the podcast?
I mean, just in our circles.
Yeah, like I was not, I don't want to go over it if I have, but like I was not a model student, and I was not capable of, school was not my best time. But I feel like I'm a smart guy and I love learning. So like, what is that and why? Did I just like, was I just distracted at that time as a kid, or was school just not the right environment, or that environment not conducive for how I learn, you know? Because, man, if you, a subject that I'm interested in, that's kind of another little deviation from that. If you take something I'm interested in, I will learn it. I mean, I want to learn everything about it.
Yeah.
But something I'm not interested in, I could care less about it. And it is like a concrete barrier. It is impenetrable if I'm not interested in it. And I mean, I think that's a strength as much as a weakness, in the sense of like, you know, if I'm interested in it, man, it's like gloves are off. I'll run with it infinitely, but I have to be into it, which, I mean, I think there's tricks to motivate yourself to get into it for whatever reason, you know, but yeah, school was horrible for me. Like, and I was, if you would have gauged where I'm at now based on my school, like it was, you know, I shouldn't be sitting here for sure. Cause
I would say that I'm the same way. And just, you know, even just thinking back, like if I could go back, I'm sure I could do a lot better, because now I understand how I can learn. Mm. They don't teach you how to learn. You don't learn how to learn. You're just taught at.
Yeah.
So I think we lost a little bit of something, and this is my little soapbox that I'll go on briefly. So like,
make it brief.
I'll make it brief. So I think you'll like this. So preaching and teaching. So preaching is the act of like delivering information to a crowd of people, right? That's kind of like just throw it out there and see where it lands and who it hits. Whereas teaching is different. Teaching, there's a result expected, whereas with preaching, there's not necessarily, right? Preaching is the act of putting that out there, whereas teaching, it only comes full cycle after it's been received. Because in order for me to have taught you something, you have to have learned something, right?
Yeah.
Or else I've just told you. So in the early days with Christianity, and you have like where they would what's called catechizing. Catechizing is just giving you knowledge, teaching you something, giving you knowledge, and you're reciting knowledge back that you learned it. And it comes from the Latin, I'm going to get really nerdy here, which is like send out and echo. It's catechize, and it sends out and then it comes back, which is like how radar is like I send out a signal, and if it comes back, then I've done my job. And so they would make kids memorize things to confirm that they learned something. And if you're not able to recite it back, then you haven't taught them. So that's really the fault of the teacher if you haven't learned, right? Like,
yeah, right. I would, yes.
So you understand what I'm saying?
Like
it's a cyclic thing that like, just because I think I'm a great teacher, if my students aren't learning, then I'm the worst teacher in the world. That position is based upon how much those people learn, right? Whether or not a good teacher. Otherwise, I'm just sending out information without a result. So when I'm looking at how I teach, you can't base it upon you're delivering the information. You have to base it upon them receiving the information that validates whether or not you're a good teacher.
Right.
Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense. So I think I'm going to screw this like quote up or whatever it is. If I can't explain it to you in a way that you can learn and ingest it, I don't understand it well enough to explain it, right? So it's sort of that fits in that loop. If I, what you run into like these people that want to overcomplicate everything and show their knowledge at this high level, and they bury you underneath, and you don't understand anything. Do they really know it, or are they just good at baffling you? Right? I work very hard at trying to teach and explain to a level where everybody gets it. I actually picked up like a little saying that goes with that. I was at a caliber training for Kiko, and one of their, I can't remember the acronym. It's like this dude's in charge of like 25 shops to make sure that they're getting education and doing good, safe, proper repairs. And he's like, our goal is to make things crayon simple. And I'm like, well, what do you mean by that? And he goes, if you hand a little kid who's never seen a crayon before a crayon, they're going to hit it on something and they're going to see that it makes a mark and they get it. So I really try to, like, in teaching, and maybe by being a bad student, right, it's made me a better teacher.
Yeah.
I really work to try to understand things well enough to explain it to a crayon simple level without talking down to some. I'm not talking down to anybody. I want it to be the process, like we were talking earlier. I want the process to be so simple and straightforward and followable that you can't mess it up.
Yeah. And I think, too, the more you understand something, the easier it would be to explain.
Yeah.
Right. If you truly understand it, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Making complicated things simple. Yeah, that's my favorite teachers. That's what they're good at.
Yes. Yeah.
So you were not a great student.
No, not a great student at all. A C student. One of the things that Melissa was like honor society at everything. I always joke.
Did you know her when y'all were young?
No, we met when I was a senior. Is when we met. We can get to that story later. But one of the things that irritates her, and really I just say it to mess with her, is I was a solid C student. I did exactly what I needed to do to squeak by. She's like honor society, super, super smart. And I'm like, hey, babe, it's okay. A students work for C students. It's all right. Man, that's twisting the knife.
I bet.
For sure. For sure.
I see no lie.
So anyways, school was not for me. Sports were not for me. I just never did much in sports. Played a little baseball. Was okay in practice. And man, like game day, the old butthole would pucker up. I would get so nervous. Couldn't do anything. Couldn't hit a ball. Couldn't catch a ball. Couldn't throw a ball. And that's not fun when you can't do anything. Tried karate. Guess I wasn't focusing enough. And my dad's like, if you're not going to pay attention, boy, we're out of here. I'm not paying all this money. So out, and just never found that real competitive edge. Did get into golf a little bit in high school. I didn't start playing golf until high school. And it was something to play with my dad, and we connected and got to spend some good quality time together. He had that and I was okay at golf. Had some talent, and he was, pushed, and he's like, hey, go for the golf team. I think you can do it. And tried and couldn't do it. Wasn't good enough to make the cut. And then the following season, worked harder and not quite there. Towards the end of golf season, my junior year, I lost my dad.
No way.
Passed away. And really, we can go more there, but the golf story, the sports story, I think because he wanted me to make the team, right? I really buckled down and practiced and played hard my senior year to get there. Got good enough to be the number 3 seed on the team, and the coach wouldn't put me in because I was a senior and he didn't want to spend time on me. And that further crushed my lack of drive to learn sports and find the competitive spirit. Like, you know, it is what it is, but never a sports guy, not a student, just a dude, not a car guy. Like, I don't know.
Do you
I
still
just
play golf?
Not nearly as much as I would like to, but I still love the sport. And anytime I get a chance to go out, I'm in. I'm all in.
So what happened with your dad?
So he was 62, right? So old to have a 16-year-old
Yeah.
son. So he had a heart attack in his 50s. Now, pretty overweight, super high stress job, smoked like 3 packs a day. Like, we're not lining up for longevity here. We were actually on vacation in Sebring, which can't be more than a few hours from here. And he had a heart attack. Ended up with like a quadruple bypass when I was in elementary school. I actually went to school in Florida for a little while. He was too weak to drive home.
So y'all stayed here.
So we stayed at my grandparents',
Okay.
and went to a little private church school
Wow.
and did, I don't know if we did 9 weeks or whatever, enough to get a report card.
Wow.
Anyway, so he had that. Then fast forward maybe 10, 11 years, he woke up, it was Labor Day weekend. I was going to go buy some new skis at Willie's Labor Day ski sale. And I get up in the morning and my buddy's supposed to pick me up. And my mom's like, hey, there's an ambulance on the way. We think dad's having a heart attack. I'm like, we're not going to the ski shop. Like, okay. Goes in, turns out it's a hiatal hernia. I'm not even sure what that is, but it will mimic a heart attack. It will mimic chest pains. It's something up higher in your sternum, I guess. Goes in and they're like, hey, good news. Not a heart attack. You're fine. They said, hey, you know, it's been like 10 or 12 years since you had your bypasses. Those things have a life. We just want to go in and do a cath and take a look around and see how you're doing. Like, let's just make sure let's make sure you're not going to have a heart attack. So he goes in on like a Wednesday, let's call it. Goes in, they do it, and they're like, hey, man, everything's holding up great. Arteries look good, no blockages. You're set. Clean bill of health. A week later, sitting at the kitchen table and has not a heart attack, but a cardiac seizure. As near as they can figure out, that heart cath knocked a piece of plaque loose that worked its way up and hit the heart and jammed the valve, and that was it.
Wow.
Gone.
Wow.
That fast, huh?
That fast. Pulled him out of the chair. Tried to. It was convulsing. Like, I didn't know CPR, but he had like his nitroglycerin that heart patients have, and I'm like, oh, maybe if I can get that in. I couldn't. He was in a seizure, so I couldn't. I tried to open his mouth. Nothing. Watched him shock him. That took a lot of years to be able to tell that and not break down.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was my
You were 16?
16.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's a defining moment in my life for sure.
Wow. So, like, how did that affect you for the next few years?
Well, I will say that leaning into, I didn't go to therapy. I probably should have been sent to therapy, but I didn't really do that as Gen Xers. Therapy, come on.
Yeah.
I did lean into a really great circle of friends that I could cry to, that I could literally, put my head on their shoulder and cry. And that was how I worked through that. Definitely made me grow up fast.
Yeah.
Like, the maturity level really jumped up. I think that traumatic events like that can either stop you and break you or build you up. I feel like it built me up and helped me become the person I am today. Sadly, on the other side, my little brother was 13, and I think it stuck him at 13. Even talking to him today, right? I'm knocking on 50. His maturity level seems, in hindsight's 2020, his maturity level seems to be stuck back there. I don't think he ever got over that trauma. We were both home when it happened. It wasn't like he heard about it. Like he saw everything that I saw. I think it, as hard as it was and as much as it hurt, I think that helped me grow up and turn into the man that I try to be every single day.
You felt the need to like step up. It was
Right.
like, okay, I have to step up and be a man.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, I'm 16, so you're knocking on manhood.
Yeah.
Like we all know that at 16, 17, 18, 19, we weren't men, but we were certainly learning to be. But yeah, man, I went to the oldest male in the house. My mom, God love her, is not an authoritative, take charge kind of woman, right? Like somebody needed to be the voice of reason, like to try to do hard things. I guess that's the role that I tried to step into.
Yeah.
I think I probably came up short, but that's what I tried to do.
You were 16.
Just a kid.
Yeah.
No matter how old I thought I was just a kid. Yeah.
Wow.
That's commendable. I think it's interesting how we've had this multiple times come up on this show, is that how there's like an event that happens or a time frame that happens, and it either people respond either one way or the other way. Mm-hmm. And it's interesting. I think it would be an interesting case study to kind of see what it is that does that. Like, what is the catalyst that would project you?
Why do you go one way or the other? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, yeah. Like again, for instance, like Tony, who's been here multiple times. He's had a really rough childhood, and if you just look at statistically that type of childhood, the kid would end up like the parent.
Right.
And in this case, it propelled him the other way, and didn't want to be anything like his parent. But that's typically not the norm. It's usually the opposite. It's like, so what is that does that? What is it that what is that catalyst that makes it, right?
Yeah.
Go that other way. My mom was similar. She grew up in a really, really bad environment. And I'll say this, she was one of 6 kids. And all of the other 5 went the other way, and she's the only one who went the reverse.
Yeah, there's got to be something that drives that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy.
So what is that driver? What is that catalyst that makes that? Like, I don't know, but I think it's interesting because the same way with the whole, I think we're both very creative and we love learning and we like teaching, but yet we hated school. So like, what is that? I feel like there is something to that. There is a layer there that you could figure out, but what is that? Is that just a roll of dice, or is there something bigger that's like, no, is it like the creative, busy mind who's constantly doing things? Like, that's not an environment, that's a prison for that type of person.
Right.
And they're not going to assimilate well into that culture, because everything in them is like, get me out of this culture. Let me do my thing. I was a creative kid. Ever since I can remember being a kid, I was creating something and like interested in learning, just not what they wanted to teach me. And so, I don't know, again, it's just I think it would be an interesting case study to kind of see what and why and how. And
I think the people that I did well in school, the people that do well in school can operate within a fixed box of rules where it's not the real world. It's fake rules. This is what we're doing here. Here's the game. And can you operate well within this little box? And the people that can do that can, they don't tend to be the people that become entrepreneurs or become, outside the box thinkers. They tend to be the people that work well in a little system of rules that they can follow and excel at, but they're not as creative or outside the box where they're thinking, this is dumb. I don't want to do this. I want to do this other thing. This is stupid.
well, if you I'm not going to try to go down this rabbit trail, but we'll touch on it. Is like, and I don't have enough knowledge to really even speak on it, but like the whole educational system was perpetrated to get us to be good workers and to do what we're told.
Absolutely.
And to stifle any kind of outside the box thinking. It's just fit in this mold, do what we say, and we're going to create this
A workforce.
Never had I ever learned how to how to own a business. One of my best friends started a lawn care service basically when we were 10. But he was we kind of looked at him as a loser in a sense, where he's like, this dude's mowing lawns. I'm going to get a good job. But he had the fastest financial success out of anyone that I know. Retired faster than anyone that I know.
Well,
but we were never taught that was a good path to go down.
Well, look at us. Look at us in this room. How many times do you get the like, you still doing that dent thing? Do you really like, how do you know it's going to work? Like you're just going to go make it happen? Yeah. Like I was listening to a podcast called Business Wars, and it was talking about Elon buying Twitter. It was like a 6-part series. Very interesting. If you haven't, if you're into business shows, it's
Business
cool.
Wars.
Business Wars, yeah. Anyways, I was listening to it was sort of towards the end of the series, and you're listening to all these former employees chime in, where they're like, oh, "I was just waiting to get the axe. There's nothing I can do. It's all out of my control. I'm going to lose my job." And all of those people look at us like, are you crazy? How can you go do this? What about all this risk? Don't you want the security of this big corporate job? And like, I just couldn't, listening to like this discussion and listening to that podcast yesterday, I couldn't wrap my head around not controlling my own destiny. That box that they want you to live in, that is that prison. Like, I couldn't ever step in there. I couldn't do it. Like, I have no fear that as long as I'm above ground and breathing, like I will figure out how to make money and make it happen and be fine. Cut my arms off and I'll just start teaching you how to do business or something. Yeah. No, but you know what I mean? Like,
you'll figure it out.
I'm just gonna
because
figure it
that's
out.
all you do is problem solve.
That's it. Just like fixing a dent, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you lose your dad. Like,
Yeah. So
how's your life going?
So lose my dad. I really think like it made me grow up.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly wasn't intentional. And I can't even imagine what she went through. But my mom got really soft on us.
Mm-hmm.
Like she was always sort of, even though my dad was the police officer, my mom was the authoritarian in the house. Like if dad was mad at you, it wasn't going to last. Like he'd speak his mind and you were good. Mom was mad at you, like, dude, you're in jail, right? You're in the penitentiary, you're done. After he passed, we just trying to figure it. I couldn't imagine it. Like she must have been in her mid to late 40s when that happened. Like I can't like rewind me a few years ago with the kids, and if Melissa's like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's tough.
I think she was part of how she did it was she just went really soft on us.
Yep.
And didn't, even though I tried to grow up, I still needed, and I wish she would have been more disciplinary with me.
Yeah.
And forced me to be a contributing member of society. I really took a good, call it like senior year to 20, maybe 3 years where I just completely no direction. I don't want to say lost. Like I wasn't even looking for anywhere, so I couldn't be lost. I just had zero direction. Didn't know what I wanted to do. Went to college for a year, made it onto double academic probation at community college.
That's
Yeah.
good, right?
Yeah, they were like, you can come and take one class. And I was like, I think I'm going to save my money. Well, the problem was, though, that they put a pool table in the rec center, and I'd love to play pool, and I could go down there and hustle and make a couple of bucks, or I could go to class and learn something that I wasn't interested in. So I was going to play pool. The only reason I went is the girl I was dating at the time, her parents and my mom sort of teamed up on me because you're supposed to go to school. You're supposed to go to college.
Yes.
And they were like, if you don't go to college, you can't see Michelle. I'm like, well, that's a no-brainer. I'm going to college. They didn't say I had to do good. They just said I had to go to school. So I went. Wasn't for me. And then just sort of like bounce around bad job to bad job, like sleep in. No, I wasn't held accountable. So like I would just show up whenever I want to show up or really do, in essence, whatever I wanted to do. I never got into trouble. I never got into drugs or anything crazy.
What kind of jobs?
Man, worked at a gas station, delivered pizzas, worked at a car stereo shop, which is what got me into cars.
Okay.
Car audio. So that was a good thing.
Installing?
Installing, yep. So that was what taught me about work. Like I never worked on a car. Like,
How'd you end up in that shop?
so, right, it's the mid 90s. Car stereo that's probably the peak of car stereo. At least in Pittsburgh it was, right? There's competitions. You know, you're like got quarter hopping bass going in the car, like driving around booming, like
Pull out stereos, deface stereos.
Oh yeah, popping the face off so nobody would steal it.
Yeah, pull outs.
Yeah.
Take the whole stereo.
Never had a pull out, but I did have the pop off face Alpine.
Yeah, because the deface was the evolution of the. We don't want to take the whole stereo in. Let's
Right.
just take the face.
Yeah, but you wouldn't take it. You'd actually just put it off and like put it under your seat.
Yeah.
Because you didn't want to forget to bring it back. So I sort of got into car stereo on my own. There was one guy that worked I worked at a driving range in high school. That's where I worked up until like the end of my senior year. And there was a kid there who had 2 8s in the back of his Jeep. And he sold them to me for, whatever, $20 or $50 or something. And before he passed, my dad had it installed in my truck, but we didn't have an amp or anything, so they just wired it in. So it was like,
Like, what's wrong here?
yeah. But it was bumping to me. And just met some friends at school that were sort of in that scene. And actually ended up meeting my best friend who was the best man in my wedding that, we were hanging out this weekend together. He was a car guy, right? His dad used to race bikes, had that mechanical ability. We got into, I had some money like from graduation. So I had a Chevy Cavalier and I was into car stereo after graduation.
2-door or 4-door?
That was a 4-door.
Ooh.
I mean, it was baby blue with the blue interior.
Dang.
It was bad. It was bad.
What year?
That would have been an 89. That was an 89 Cavalier.
Wow.
Yeah.
But anyways, got pretty, like, I understood stereos. I really got into, like, the stereo scene, I guess. Not so much cars. I'm just driving a Cavalier. But we built a system in that to bump around in, but then also to go to an IASCA, IASCA. I can't remember what it all stands for, but like a stereo competition. Like we built a box and built it in, and we painted the whole trunk black to match the black carpet, and pulled the head unit out. And that's when CD players would overheat. Cut the AC vent out so we could blow AC directly down on the CD player, put a center channel in. Like we had a blast. And that was that's what introduced me to cars. And then went to a car stereo meetup and met the dude who was opening this car stereo shop that I ended up working at.
Wow.
He had a brand new 94 Cobra. That was the first year after the Fox body. And they had cut out the back seat and put plexiglass in. They had somebody take a Dremel and Dremeled a Cobra, and then he side lit it with neon.
Oh my
And the
gosh.
Cobras glowed. I mean, dude, in the mid 90s when
That
I'm
is
18,
sick.
Yeah.
and it was a Cobra, like, come on, dude. How can you not hang out with that guy?
Have you heard this this thing now that they say that our culture peaked in the 90s? Have you heard this?
I could see it.
Because
I haven't heard
it was before the iPhone.
Yep.
So it was before we kind of got taken into this other world. But kind of the peak of technology before technology turned us bad.
I can see that.
Judah was telling me about this. My son Judah is like, it's like a thing now to the world peaked in the 90s, and this story confirms it.
Yeah, there's like
That Cobra was bad.
It was. It was awesome.
if you looked on like Instagram about like what like not architecture but like exterior design, how it looked then versus how it looks now, like it was way more vibrant, and there was way more like everything now is like toned down and monotone, and back in the 90s it was like really vibrant and alive, more feeling, and so like like buildings and fast food restaurants and like all those type of things were like they had graphics and
Yeah.
more elaborate, not necessarily like fancier, but like more elaborate looking. And like then you had this turn where everything just kind of turned monotone again and like sterile and less colors and more cars, you could say, kind of took that whole thing too, right? Like, because I mean, cars were, through the 50s, 60s, 70s. The other thing it says is that you could back then you could identify from a picture the generation based upon what people were wearing, and it's hard to do that now. Like if you look at a photo of someone in the 50s, you can tell they're 50s. And then the 60s and 70s and the 80s and the 90s. And then at some point, it just all kind of blurs and kind of is less distinguishable.
So just a plug, I think there's a 90s party at MTE this year, right?
Oh, there
90s?
is. Yes.
I think the 90s theme. So if people are getting excited and all fired up about the 90s, make sure you come to MTE
Thinking
for
about
the 90s party.
Thinking about bringing the bowl cut back.
Yes.
That's not going to happen. Not going to happen. But I thought about it.
Gene's doing free bowl cuts at the 90s party. BYOB. Bring your own bowl.
That's right.
So you're working at the speaker shop.
Yep. So I worked there I think I was there for a year. It was pretty cool. And then I sold a car, and it was a car that I owned outright, and I sold it for like $3,000. I wasn't really happy with how the car stereo shop was going. Like, I probably was just a really bad employee. Like, it was their fault, not mine. But then it was their fault, not mine. And I'd sold this car at $3,000. And I went in, I put my 2 weeks in. I'm like, hey, I got a little money saved up.
You're
now.
rich.
I was balling, man.
You're retired, bro.
I said, I'll get some money saved up now. I sold that car. I'm gonna take a little time for myself and figure out what I want to do with my life. It was dead serious though. Like, man, I needed like enough money to buy a Coke and a pack of Marlboro Lights, and go to the pool hall. And that was like $1.50 an hour to play pool. Like,
You have like years of
I
expenses.
had life, and I lived at home, no car payment, $3,000, dude, balling. Yeah. That was bad. But
How old are you? Did we say this? How old are you?
now,
Yeah.
49,
What year did you graduate?
94.
Okay.
I feel like this is a quiz.
No, I was just trying to think.
He's
about-
running some numbers.
No, I'm
He is.
because I turned 49. I graduated in 95. I was just trying to connect the dots.
I got you.
with our timelines.
Very, very close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to
very
go to
close.
kindergarten twice, so that's why.
Well, that's cool. I made it through.
It's cool unless you're in kindergarten twice.
He couldn't figure out the crayon thing.
I barely
Yeah.
made it through
It
my
was like,
senior year.
"Grand, that worked."
I almost had to do senior year twice. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was supposed to, but I didn't.
So, anyways, worked there, and then it's sort of
Your
a little
own
bit of.
permanent vacation.
Well, for like at least a few months.
Yeah.
That worked some construction, like home remodeling. And then my best friend, Jason, he got a job detailing cars, and we had sort of detailed together a little bit. He got hooked up with my now friend, Chris, and his dad with a body shop. and we started detailing cars at night when the body shop would close. Like, it was a small shop. It's the exact same size shop. We service them as they're one of our customers now.
Wow. Like deliveries that they were about to deliver?
Yeah, that's what we would clean up like at the end of the day, or their cars or whatever it was. But we would just lock up when you're done, or sometimes we pull an all-nighter and leave when they came in the next day.
Wow.
Like, well, when you're
Dude, that's cool.
That age, it doesn't matter.
That's pretty cool.
It was cool. I mean, it was. I'm just hanging out with my best friend
In this body shop, just y'all
cleaning cars.
Yeah, that's
Like,
that's awesome.
and making, decent money. Like, I could have made more than $3,000 doing that. Yeah.
Wow. So you're just banging on all four
That's
cylinders.
Right. That's it. Yeah, it was a 3-cylinder. The Geo Metros were around back then, maybe.
Yep.
Yeah. So that was sort of like just bebop to there, and then sort of landed on detailing as work, and then like to grow up more as me and Melissa were starting to get more serious. Her dad, being a good dad, is kind of like, what are you going to do with your life? You know what I mean? Like, he was seeing that there wasn't a whole lot of direction, and it kind of got into computers. Like, I was always a little bit techie, and knew traditional school wasn't for me, but had seen maybe some ads for the company was called New Horizons. It was a training school, but you could go get certifications. So I'm like, well, I'm going to go get these certifications, and I'm going to get. I didn't realize that maybe I shouldn't fit in the box. If you can fit in the box, it's probably pretty cool. But I was like, oh, I'm going to go get this certification, and now I guess we're approaching late 90s. The computers are booming, right? Like everything is tech and computer, and everything's going computerized. So I'm like, I'm going to go get these. Like, I think I can handle focused training on a skill. Like, I don't need to know algebra to figure out networking. So I went to computer school and got my MCSE. So I was a Microsoft Certified Systems Engineer plus internet. I don't remember what that was, but some more internet style skills.
Wow.
And also got my certified internet webmaster. So I could software was coming out now, but in theory, back in the day, I could sit down and type out HTML and build a website. Right?
Wow.
Like, that's what I went to school for. And I finished that, got my certifications right about the same time the .com bubble burst. The market was flooded with all kinds of people with experience, desperate for work. And there was me and my buddies that they were like, we have paper. And
We're certified.
Could not. The best job offer I got was at CompUSA stocking shelves.
Wow.
Like $7 an hour. And I'm
Like Dwight Schrute working at the
right.
yeah.
So I'm like, well, no, I'm not going to stock shelves for $7 an hour. I'll just keep detailing cars.
Did you enjoy writing code?
No, not at all.
I tried to learn it. There's like free sites where you can learn to code.
Right.
I did that for about 4 minutes, and I was like, because I was thinking this would be cool to learn this. I couldn't do it. I was like, I'd want to be dead right now. I hated it.
So we had to code and be able to read code to get the certification. But there was a company that Adobe bought out, and I can't remember the name, whatever. Dreamweaver was their, it was a WYSIWYG. So what you see is what you get. So you could click and drag and build most of a website and then just hard code what you needed to hard code. Really enjoyed that. I did not enjoy trying to do all of that. Typing on the keyboard.
Code.
Yeah, my wife had to do that. I remember back right when we got married, she was going to school and she had to create a website with code. She had to do all that.
Yeah.
She made one for us, but yeah, not my thing. When we set out to create our own collision glue, we had 2 goals in mind. Our number 1 priority, make the absolute best collision glue on the planet.
Dent Slayer Collision Glue holds stronger and longer and has everything you need to deliver world-class results on smashed panels. Our second priority, this glue had to absolutely rip for route techs in warm climates. And believe me, it does. It delivers reliable, strong pulls in the heat and keeps you very efficient out there on the streets. Part of our two-glue system, whatever the weather, Dent Slayer has you covered. This two-glue system was only made possible through our relationship with Anson. You can find it on their website, as well as the other major leading PDR tool companies' websites.
Yeah, no, definitely didn't fit. And I'm really, in hindsight, so glad that the dot-com bubble burst and I never went into the corporate IT world. I think that would have been, I think I probably would have been looking for a career change at some point. I really don't think that I would have enjoyed it.
Had a proper midlife
all.
crisis.
Yeah, for
at
sure.
some point.
Yeah, maybe at like 25. Yeah.
So you stayed detailing.
Stayed detailing. And right, that led me to PDR. So if we're going chronologically, we can talk about meeting Melissa, or if we want to go down PDR, we'll go talk PDR. Where do you guys want to go?
Melissa.
Yeah.
All right. So, right, this is going way back. It feels weird to say this like as a grown man. But my ex-girlfriend,
Michelle.
Michelle, introduced me to my wife.
Yep.
Not like I didn't hook. I didn't go out with Melissa while we were dating, but they were friends. They were both on Flag Corps in high school. I think Michelle was a year old, 1 or 2 years older than Melissa, so she was like a mentor. Melissa would have been like an underclassman when me and Michelle were dating, and but we had met. Melissa worked at a restaurant called King's. It's now out of business, but she was a waitress there. And there was like an immediate attraction, connection to her in my eyes. I don't know if she felt it back then, but I was like, damn, like
I like her.
The radar was like, and happily with Michelle, but like the radar was pinging here.
Whoops.
You know? So anyways, me and Michelle split up. And that pool hall that we used to visit was in the same town as that restaurant that Melissa worked at. So we'd go down, and Saturday night at the pool hall, the pool tournament would start at 1 a.m. So they would sort of get through their business, their busy time, and then all of us hardcore people would stay up all night playing in a pool tournament. Well, we would need to stop and get some food before the tournament. So we would take a break from playing pool,
Go to King's.
and I would always get a King's hug from Melissa. So we were always friendly, and we'd stop down and BS and talk. Well, the one night she comes into the pool hall, which is my domain. Mm-hmm. Like if I'm comfortable, borderline cocky anywhere, it's in my pool hall, right? She's on a date with another guy.
No way. She brought another dude to the pool hall.
Well, whatever. Like we weren't anything. It didn't stop me.
Still.
So I look over and I'm like, "Why? That's Melissa." And I go over and we start talking, and I meet Curtis, and she's like, "Hey, wait, what's up, dude? How you doing?" And she's, in hindsight, probably being cute and flirty, and I'm being cute and flirty. And she's like, "Oh, you play a lot of pool, right? You could probably teach me." And I'm like, "I could teach you."
I'm all right.
And like we exchanged numbers innocently so I could teach her how to play pool. And, I call her the next day or whatever it is, and we set up a date to go out. And from day one, and I didn't, in hindsight, it's pretty cocky to go up and get a girl's number. I was
just trying to teach her how to play pool.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. Just trying to give some lessons to you.
Yeah.
But I think I was so confident and comfortable there that I sort of didn't realize that I was doing that. But she gave me her number, so clearly the dude wasn't that big.
Curtis
of a
was
deal,
cool.
right?
Yeah.
Kind of an idiot, actually. But that's neither
He's
here
a
nor
G.
there.
He let fate happen.
So, right, I get her number, give her a call, and we set up a date. And, right, I had by this time run out of my $3,000.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean,
So she found you at your lowest point.
Yeah, but so the trick there is the school district I grew up in is where the rich kids were.
Oh yeah. So she thought you were loaded.
She did. She didn't know that I wasn't a rich kid, but I came from the rich kids.
You're on the edge of the district.
right? So we call and we set up this date, and now
Is this a date or is this we're going to teach you how to play pool?
No, we went straight to date. She actually got lessons from the guy from the pool hall on how to play pool because I wasn't a good teacher and she wouldn't have listened to me anyways.
What? You're not a good teacher?
Not at pool. I might have been distracted. So we set up a date and we were going to do like dinner and a movie. She's 18, still a senior in high school, and her parents are pretty strict. She's got to be home by 11. And whatever, I worked and picked her up, and we couldn't make the 7 o'clock movie. So we would have had to make the 9 o'clock movie, but the 9 o'clock movie would go too late. She'd be late. And like,
I remember
her
those.
dad had shotguns by each door. When I went into the house to meet him, there literally was a shotgun by each door. I'm like, I'm not messing around here. So we decided to go to Olive Garden for dinner.
Oh yeah.
Since I had ran out of my $3,000,
I mean,
kind of broke now.
In the 90s, you're going to Olive Garden, you're going to the best restaurant in town.
Oh, dude, it was. This was not
dude.
This was not a
You were pulling out
low
everything.
key, right? We're going
She
there.
knew you were loaded now.
But what she didn't know is I knew how much money I had in my pocket. I had to wait for her to order to figure out how much money I had left to decide what I was going to eat.
Wow.
That's how much money you had.
That's how much money I had. Exactly. Like that was it.
Wow.
I'm like, if she gets this, I'm just getting a bowl of soup. Right. If she gets this, I can have a plate of spaghetti too. She was none the wiser. Right. We pulled it off.
Would you leave a tip?
Yeah, I left a tip.
okay.
Yeah.
You
gotta
did all
leave a
that math
tip.
in your head?
Yeah.
Man,
I'm
you're
good at
pretty math.
good at mental math. So
That's called date math. They
That
should
was.
teach that in school.
they should.
Date math.
That should definitely be a class. So literally from date one, man, we just clicked all night long, like finishing each other's sentences. It was just, it makes me believe in soulmates. And my soul chased that girl's soul around space and time until
Till the Olive Garden.
till the Olive Garden, right? That was, or maybe the pool hall set it up, but till the Olive Garden, like that was it. And head over heels in love with each other ever since.
How old?
She was 18 and I was 20.
Wow.
Yeah. Long time.
Wow.
So it'll be 30 years that we've been together in January.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to you, you have would you say it's a successful long-term relationship?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
What
we're an amazing team.
What would be some top tips you'd give to somebody that's looking for that? Young guy, maybe about 20, maybe just running out of all the money he had when he sold his car. He just met a girl, wants to take her to a nice Olive Garden dinner.
So if I'm giving that guy advice, be confident, make it happen. Right? Don't doubt yourself. Don't doubt yourself. Just go.
But more like successful relationship. long-term.
Successful relationship. I'll give you 2. I'll give you 3. 1, communicate problems when they're small problems. Don't wait
good.
until you have a big problem.
That's really good.
2, don't go to bed mad.
Yep.
Work it out before you go to bed. And 3, marriage and children are multipliers. Whatever you have before you get married and or have children, it's going to be multiplied. If you have a good, solid relationship, I think both of those will make you stronger and deeper. And if you're on the rocks, don't think that either one of those things is going to solve the
fix a
problem. It's going to
problem.
multiply.
Add more rocks.
You got problems?
Yep.
you're going to have more problems.
No problems.
Got a great relationship, you're going to have a better relationship.
It's good.
Yeah, I like those.
Solid.
We've always done the whole don't go to bed angry. Yeah.
Yeah.
From day one. That was one of our like rules.
Yeah, we
I
really
would say
try to be
you
pretty
have
strict
to
about that.
you have to pick though what you want to deal with. You can't just I mean, there's plenty of things that I go to bed angry that are just things I just need to let go. Right? Of, you know, like some things you need to talk about, but not everything you need to pick a fight about. And some things you just need to like, bro, just let that.
Not worth it.
It's not worth it. And that's just something you have to deal with internally.
Yeah.
So there's that little caveat to don't go to bed angry. Like that doesn't mean like, hey, we need to talk about this. Why'd you move my shoes? You know, like there's little things you're gonna like, okay, just deal with that. That's not worth picking a fight about or like having a conversation with, because you know you don't want to nitpick it, but generally speaking, you don't want to go to bed with unresolved conflict that needs to be dealt with.
Right. So is it so back to that is like pick the battle
Pick the battle.
so you can win the war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Sometimes the rules of engagement are do not engage.
Yeah.
We're taking fire. Keep your head down. Don't
That's
engage.
good. That's really good.
Sometimes that's the rules of engagement. Do not engage.
Yes. And I mean we're teaching all those now. I
Stay calm and don't engage.
have kids who are in relationships, and we're dealing with them with that right now. Like what to pick a fight about, or not pick a fight. That sounds tacky, but like what do I need to deal with? What do I need to just like deal with externally? What do I need to deal with internally?
Yeah.
Like, and when to do that, right? Like, because it's not just like, not when you're hot and mad. Maybe you need to go chill out and let that thing marinate before you, and process that information before you come back, right?
That's good right there.
I typically will not argue if either of us are heated.
Yeah.
I'll walk away. And man, it irritates.
That's
It
a good
just
one.
outright pisses her off, but I won't do it. And for nearly 30 years, when I come back and we can talk about it calmly, I feel that it goes better than if one or both of us were heated in the situation. I know she doesn't love that, but it's worked, and it's how I go. And I really don't want to say something out of anger that I don't mean.
But generally speaking, that doesn't work. Meaning, usually when you're mad, you kind of want to argue. Like, you know what I mean? Like when you're like, I want to prove my point. It takes, usually it takes the cooler one to say, hey, we're not going to talk about this. Because usually if I'm upset about something, it's almost like,
You want to talk about it.
yeah, you want to talk about it. It's hard to be cool-headed when you're hot-headed at the same time, you know? So like, it's hard when you have two people to say, hey, we're going to chill, because that takes a whole nother like gear you got to get into.
I'm not saying she's ready to chill. I'm saying I'm not engaging right now,
Okay, yeah.
and I will walk away
Yeah.
until she is more chilled down and we can have a discussion.
Yeah. Yeah.
And man, that really irritates her.
That's so good though.
Because they want to fight. I mean, you kind of you kind of looking for that a lot of times, and
I don't look to. I'm not a fighter. I don't look to fight. I like to keep the peace. I told you, man. I'm like Switzerland here.
Well, when you're fired up, you're not thinking straight.
No, no.
When I feel like my face is hot, I know that I'm not gonna do good in an argument right now. I'm not gonna think straight. It's gonna be,
Walk away.
It's like,
and
okay,
process it.
I need to calm down before I can detach to a point to where we can make something good happen here. This is just gonna be bad until I feel in control.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So
Solid life advice. Solid relationship advice.
Yes. The Dent Slayer relationship podcast.
That's right.
yeah. Let's get back to dents.
All right. Back to
I'm
dents.
kidding.
So how long y'all got you're together with Melissa, and then you're fixing dents yet?
No. Still detailing. Detailed into our marriage. So I went in 02. 23. Yeah. I went to Dent school in 02 is when I went in. So we were, right, so I detailed before we got married, essentially full time is what it turned into. So Jason had gone to he graduated from college, had gone to the police, or was trying to get a job as a policeman. I was just detailing cars because like the .com, the tech thing didn't work out, but I could still make an okay living, working full-time detailing cars. And then, man, it was, I don't know, maybe late 01. Jason had gotten hired on with the city, so he was sort of exiting. And then him and the dealer that we did most of our work for had this big blowout. And they both lost their cool. And Jason's like, F it, I'm done, I'm out.
They should have waited till they were not angry.
Right? They both should have. We all sat down and had cigars not too long ago. Like, everybody's cool, but at the time it was very not cool.
Uh-huh.
And I was sort of stuck because I'm like, dude, that's my best friend. And like, part of me wants to go with him, but the other part of me is like, still, I'm like a newlywed.
I gotta money.
Like
Provide.
I don't have anything to fall back on. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, oh, dude, I got to stay in detail cars. Like, I don't even remember what the fight was about. It was post 9/11. So the car business had changed drastically. The wholesale, like car sales were screwed up. Wholesaling cars, not wholesale PDR, wholesaling cars was screwed up. Like, it was a different time. It was stressful for the dealer. His whole world was changing. Jason's, moving on, and whatever it was, like, this car just wasn't clean enough. And I think the other guy kicked it. It got ugly. And I'm like, dude, I got to stay. Like, I can't. I got a wife. We got rent due. Like, I got to stay. So we went from being like unofficially 50-50 partners to like, well, here's your detail shop. Like, it's all you now. And I just buckled down and started detailing more cars and hired my buddy's little brother to come in and help, which was a nice income boost. But it was rough work. Like, I didn't want to detail forever. I didn't know, we didn't call it paint correcting. We waxed a car. We didn't use sealants. There were no ceramic coatings. In hindsight, if I could go back now, I probably wouldn't have gotten into dents. And I would have learned how to scale the business of detail and train detailers and had a big shop or multiple shops. But I didn't have hindsight back then. So did that until, so it must have been, call it late fall of 01. So newlyweds. And then grinding through that, not working with my best friend. Didn't love detailing. My hands are cramping up at night from waxing cars. I start looking and talking to Melissa, and I'm like, I got to get out of here, right? Jason's got, my best friend's like, we're not hanging out doing cars. And he's got a real job. Like, what am I going to do? I can't really go back to tech because I'm multiple operating systems behind now. Like, I'd have to go back to school.
Yeah.
And I didn't really miss it. So I'm like, man, I know the car business. Like, I understand cars. I understand how things work. I didn't want to sell cars, right? Like, I felt like you couldn't be proactive at all. You're stuck there from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 4 days a week. You're working every Saturday, Fridays till 6. It just didn't seem like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Not mechanically inclined, like not a mechanic. I'm like, I don't know how to work on cars. Like, I can barely change my brakes. Don't want to be a body man. That's like messy, dirty work. So I just started looking at the vendors that came into the detail shop. There's a dent guy, a wheel guy, a touch-up guy, a glass guy. And I start talking to each of them about their business, right? Because they're all one-man shows, but they're all business owners. Mm-hmm. And man, on paper, Charlie, the dent guy, made a lot of sense. Like, he had a gun case full of tools, much like the gun case full of tools out in the shop we joked about earlier. a fluorescent light they had rigged up on a piece of plywood with a toilet flange and a 4-foot piece of PVC pipe with the light bolted to it. And he would pop the light up and kick it under the car and take the cord around and plug it in. And that's what he door-dinged with. And a truck. Like that was, and a drill, right?
Oh yeah, can't forget that. Moneymaker.
But really it was a gun case, a toolbox, and a light. And this dude, he would never let you see his bills. But I'm like, he's got to be charging something. He's got to be charging $100 a car, you know, and he's in here and he works and banging. And he's always got cool hot rods. And I know he's got several rental properties. Like, this dude's doing good. And I looked at the interior guy and the paint guy, and I'm like, man, this Dent stuff, I think makes sense. Like, buy a few $1,000s worth of tools, and I'm off to the races. Wish I had that $3,000 still. I could have bought all my tools.
Yeah.
So I start talking to him, and I'm like, hey, what would it cost for you to train me? Like, what does that look like? What could a guy expect to make, you know, his first year with training? And he was $5,000 to train, and then like another $1,500 for tools to start with. So $6,500. That might as well have been $6.5 million because I didn't have it. Like, it was unattainable. In my slack off years, I had ruined any shot I had at having credit back then. Like, couldn't do it. So I started flipping through, I think it was like Small Business Opportunities magazine and things like that. And I saw these ads for the Ding King in California and Paintbull in Michigan. So I'm like, maybe this Dent stuff is it. So I sent away or called in, and they mailed me a catalog and everything. And I started looking, and they were very competitively priced with each other, and they both happened to be about $6,500 for a week. But
back then,
that was with your tools. It was 5 days of training and your tools, and lifetime access to come back anytime you needed to brush up on your skills. You could come back.
need a little tune-up.
Well, they had student loans because they were accredited with their state, and it was like $65 a month. Well, I didn't have $6,500, but I could afford $65 a month. So me and Melissa talked, and between the Ding King and the Paintbull, I think the Ding King looked a little better, but I could drive to Michigan. So signed up, did my student loan, talking to Paintbull. They said it'll be up and running in 30 days, making money. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be great.
Hold on. They said after 30, a week of training.
Yeah, five days of training.
Then after 30 days.
If I follow their practice plan.
Then you would be making money.
Making money, off to the races. Be able to do what I could do. I could go to the dealers.
Great.
Yeah, it would be great if it were right.
Yeah.
So I go up, get my tools, and like Charlie always worked with that fluorescent light. I get up there and they're using lines. Like, I didn't know who Mike Toledo was, but it's like a la Mike Toledo, and we're looking at lines, and it's not making any sense in my head. And Fred's my teacher, and we're teaching, and I don't know if I fixed anything. I think I might have got to the point where I could hit the dots with my tip, or maybe like hit the middle of an X by the end of the week. But I mean, it's 5 days and you have no idea what you're doing.
And that was with lines.
With lines, yeah.
No illumination. Just
no. So it was actually a clear plexiglass lens that was heated, that folded over like the Lights of America 4-foot structure.
Okay.
And it just backlit the line. It didn't even make the lines glow like a line board would today. It was just lights behind lines.
Yeah.
And that was what we fixed with. They did have colored sleeves you could put over the bulbs to get color behind it.
Yeah.
I think I remember blue, maybe liking how blue looked, but it was terrible. So, I got my bow case full of tools and my K-Power, K-Stick, Kiko has me all messed up with the Ks. There was a K-Boom.
K-Boom.
I had a K-Boom light, which was like way nicer than Charlie's light.
I've still got like 6 of those.
Oh, yeah. It was like old school. That was from Adventure
Yeah.
in Orlando.
My light I use every day.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's old school.
The best light stands out, I think, still.
So came back and went down to that body shop that we detailed at and got some practice panels and put a practice panel in the detail shop. And man, I'm struggling. As you can imagine, struggling. And Charlie comes in and was never back then like, even today, he's still kind of like a secretive guy. Like if we're working together, he's like, hey, put your tools away. You don't want the body men to see them. I'm like, dude, you been on YouTube? But it's just sort of his like secretive, old school Dent guy mentality. Yeah. He wouldn't really give me advice, but he was like, what are you using the lines for? You don't need the lines. Just use the light so you can see this. And like he would fix a couple of dings and let me watch. But what are you going to learn from that? He's like, well, you can watch. He goes, I can watch the medical channel and I can't do brain surgery, so you can watch me all you want. Well, all right, I'll try. Struggled and made the decision that if I'm going to figure this dent stuff out, I need to be able to focus on dents. And my buddy had a pizza shop. When I said I delivered pizzas with him back in the day. And he had left Domino's and opened up his own shop. Caught him up. I'm like, hey, Ollie, I need a full-time gig delivering pizzas. If you get an opening, I'm in. Just call. Week or so goes by and he calls and he's like, hey, just had a guy walk out. If you want full-time, you can start lunch shift. And I walked over to Tony, my buddy's little brother. I'm like, here's the keys, dude. I'm done. I got to go figure this dent stuff out. Walked away from the detail shop and took a job delivering pizzas full-time. If I wasn't delivering pizzas, I was in my mom's garage with a hood and a door grinding and trying to figure out this PDR stuff.
So what do you remember about the training at Paintball? Like what was that week like? Just that you can remember.
So I remember a lot of Fred not being in the room. It was sort of like hey, here's what you need to do, like this, and then he would disappear. I think he ended up marrying one of the girls that lived there, so he was probably like going back to flirt because like I'd rather go hang out with my future wife than a bunch of non-dent guys anyways.
Yeah.
I remember just they had it down to like it was as simple as start at the outside of the dent and watch the light squeeze and clock your way in and make that smaller, and then the dent's gone. Like it was really that simple. Knock down your high like it was very, in hindsight, I would call it very, very rudimentary. And not nearly as thought out as you and I were talking about earlier, Matt.
Yeah.
Like it was like really a training mill. Like how much can you throw at somebody in 5 days and expect them to learn? Now we did go, I do remember learning access, which I don't know how much is taught. I know there's not a lot out in the world that I see about access, but he showed us how to sneak through a wiring harness into a back door to make sure that you're not pinching the wire, how to sneak into the back of a fender from the front door, how to sneak in through the wheel well. All the fenders were closed. You couldn't catch anything from in the engine compartment back then. How to take a taillight out, how to sneak back in there. I do remember him having it was the ball off a bedpost. They would put a heavy sewing needle in that they used as a hack. Maybe you could try this on your Tahoe tomorrow, where they would get under the headliner and push the needle through and fix the dent through the headliner with a needle and then just brush the hole shut. Never tried it, but put that in your arsenal for maybes.
Whoa.
I would not recommend that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little hard to move the tool.
Yeah, you're not scrolling. You better know where you better know where your tip is.
Wow. Call that the mosquito method.
Yeah. And I distinctly remember being super focused on learning and getting back to my hotel room. They provided a shuttle, which was really cool, like shuttled you from the hotel to the school, and laying down and putting a hot towel over my eyes because my head, like they were just bugging out of my head from focusing and staring at that fluorescent light all day. Those are probably my highlights from that.
Did you ever have that, James?
What?
That eye soreness?
Little bit, not like that, but like I still have that sometimes where I feel like I need to just close my eyes and relax.
I'll still get that. If I'm really dialed in on something, I'm like, I just need to stop, give the eyes a break.
I think the different color lights help a lot with that because I'll change the color and I feel like that kind of gives you like a little bit of a break. I don't know if that's true or in my brain.
I don't know, as I'm getting older, my eyesight's getting worse. I used to be cool white almost all the time. I am almost all the time warm light, not warm white now.
Me too.
Warm. It just seems easier on my eyes. I'm seeing more contrast.
It's not as harsh. I feel like,
Yeah.
I'm mostly warm.
Yeah, for sure. So, struggled, left, practice. Like, I put the reps in. I don't know, maybe I was 6 months in and I called the paint pool back and I'm like, hey, I'm not getting this. Can I come back up for that free training? And they're like, sure, whenever you. They're probably like, I can't believe somebody's stuck with this and they want to come back. So right
You
through
stuck with it for 6 months.
right threw my tools in the truck or car. I don't even know that I had my truck yet, and drove back up there. And Fred, obviously still the teacher, has me pushing and he's like, man, you're seeing the tip. You're doing good. And I remember he took a knockdown, and I've always been good at these kind of dents. He took a knockdown and just hit a sharp little dent in. And, dude, I could just go in, and I could pinpoint that and, like, just, you know, one of those ones you can just bring up if you do it right and, like, one push, and it's all but gone. He's like, man, you're ready. I'm like, oh, dude, I don't really feel ready. And he's like, no, you're ready. Well, I went back and started going out to some dealers, and it was ugly. I mean, like, ugly. Nobody wants to fix these dents. I don't know if you guys knew that.
Yeah,
but like,
the dealers.
it's hard to find a dealer that wants to fix a dime-sized dent. Even back then. Yeah. And
So you were going, what kind of dealers were you going to at first?
anybody that would let me talk to them. The one that, like,
So you're just cold calling.
yeah. Like, the one that did give me kind of a shot was a Chrysler Jeep dealer. In hindsight, I think the guy was kind of there's a Pittsburgh term here, jag-off. And nobody wanted to work for him. So he was probably just happy to have somebody to come in to push metal. But I was no good there. I was really getting to the point where I was ready to quit. Well, pause. I just wasn't getting it. But I felt like I could get it. I just needed more instruction. So UPS was hiring truck washers. I'm like, well, I got experience. And I don't know, it was $15 or $20 an hour, overnight work. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to keep my job at the pizza shop because that, like, pays our bills with Melissa working. Like, but I need to make extra money. I'm going to stop practicing dance and I'm going to go try to get this full-time job fixing cleaning UPS trucks.
So 2 full-time jobs.
Right was my plan. And I was going to save $5,000 and I was going to put it in a brown bag and I was going to go knock on Charlie's door and hand him the $5,000 and be like, dude, you got to finish teaching me. Like, I was at that point. Stopped at a dealership. I was doing a little bit of windshield repair, like, just side story. Stopped at a dealership around the time that I'm at this breaking point. And I pull on the lot to look for windshields. And I saw a dude with a fog board, a Dent Wizard yellow fog board. And I knew his dent guy only used the fluorescent light. So, like, you know, like the radar went off. And I went in and I'm like, Howard, that's not Denny. He goes, man. He goes, that's Dinger. You got to go meet him. His name's Jay. He's amazing. He was Dent Wizard. He just came back. He's telling me all these stories. So I'm like, I sort of like print myself up. And he's over working on a door ding. And I'm walking over. I'm like, hey, Jay, Howard said to come over and introduce myself. I do some PDR. I've done a little bit of hail and I've done this and that and the other thing, and trying to like pump myself up. And he's like, oh yeah, I was with Dent Wizard. I went over and ran the storm at the Mercedes store in Europe for him. And I'm like crumbling down to nothing. Like, man, this dude's the real deal.
Yeah.
Side note, this is the Jay Doozer that Dave moved to Arizona to work with.
No way.
Jay turns out to be my mentor, who I think he was in the same class as Dave, right?
Wow.
The small world of
Okay.
PDR.
Yeah.
So talking back and forth, and I quickly humble myself. And he's like, him and his dad owned the West Virginia franchise, and they bought him out. And he sort of wrote out his non-compete in Europe, I guess, is the story. And the non-compete's up, so he had moved back, and he's going to build a PDR company here and do hail. And he's got this grand vision, and I'm like, man, this sounds great. If I can help you with anything, just let me know. Oh, cool. And we exchanged numbers. I never heard from him again. Wait a couple of months. I call him in December of 2003. So I'm at this point almost 18 months into my journey into PDR. And I leave him a voicemail. Hey, Jay, this is Gene. I met you at Howard's place. You said you were doing X, Y, and Z. Just reaching back out, man. If I could do anything to help you, please let me know. Well, he calls me back the next day, and he's like, hey, I'm going to be in Oakland tomorrow. If you want to come down, I'll be at Team 1. Well, Oakland is a part of Pittsburgh. Oakland is also a part of Maryland. So he tells me this dealer, and I'm like, where's that at, dude? I've never heard of Team 1. I'm like, is it on 5th or Forbes? Like, is it on the way in or on the way out? And he's like, it's in Maryland. I'm like, well, dude, how far away is that? I don't know if I've ever been to Maryland in my life. And he's like, well, from your house, like an hour and a half. I'm like, you tell me when to be there, and I'll be there. Next day, drive down to a snowstorm. Like, it's in the mountains. It's a whole different world. I show up, and we're at Team 1, cool Chevy dealer. And he's got a whole list of cars. He's doing, like, dent guy stuff, and he's pulling cars in. He's glue pulling. He's fixing dents. And I'm just trying to help. We get to the end of the day, and he takes his knuckle, and he just whaps this dime-sized dent into the door. And he's like, let me see what you got. Let me see if you know what you're doing. I put my line board up, suction cup it, and get in it. I fixed it good enough for him to see that I wasn't an idiot, I guess.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, well, we got to do some running around. He's like, let's leave your truck here and we'll go. And we start talking. And he's like, I'll tell you what, man, if you want to come on full time, I'll pay you 70%. We'll do this. He's like, you just got to get down here and work. And I'm like, Melissa's pregnant. We got our daughters on the way. Working at I'm like, this is the opportunity of a lifetime.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I'm taking a big gamble here. And he's like, well, I'm gambling on you. I'm like, well, let's do this, man. I'm in. And jumped in. My commute to his house where he was, training me was 3 hours and 15 minutes from home. The one furthest away dealer was 4 hours away from my house. So my Wednesday commute was 4 hours down, and then we would sort of work our way back, and then I had 2.5 hours home. Broke enough that I could put gas in my truck or stay in a hotel. Well, I wanted to go home, so fueled the truck up and drove back and forth. So it must have been January of 2004 that I went full time with him. He had 2 other brand new trainees that he was training. So there was 3 of us. I was sort of like top dog because, I'd spent 18 months practicing, and he was just sort of tweaking me. I'll never forget the day that it clicked. You guys remember when it clicked for you?
No,
You don't?
it still hasn't.
We was something to stick with.
I was more gradual. It never clicked.
So he switched me from lines to a fog, right? Because he was Dent Wizard, and he had given me like a good baseball sized shot in the fender of his Grand Cherokee, and I was working with, it was a 4-foot fixture with the cream boards. Like all the Dent Wizards had them back, and all the Hale guys had them back, a hand painted line.
Yep.
And it was working up close, and you get that fog, and you can see. And I'm trying to finish the dent, and I just can't see. And he's like, you got to back your light up. And we took that light that was in close to the dent, and he pushed it back like 10 or 15 feet, and that fog turned into a line that I had spent 18 months working with. And it was like, it literally is that dent that afternoon, that switch went off, and I could see and I could fix dents. Started going out to dealers with him, like building the route. He was battling cancer at the time. Obviously, he survived, right? Still alive.
So
today.
real quick,
Yeah.
was it board placement or light placement that made it click? Was it a combination of things?
I think it was a combination of things. And I think it was like, I still preach this to anybody who's learning. There's no replacement for metal time.
Yep.
And maybe it was the final, like to finish that, it was just moving the light back, but it only worked because I spent so much time on metal,
Yeah.
dialing my eyes in that moving it back allowed me to see the detail that I needed to see to be able to fix the dent. But like that dent, I can still see it in my head. I can still see his garage. Like it just clicked.
Wow.
It just clicked.
You were pumped.
So pumped. So pumped.
I think there's something where your brain has to interpret the information that is registering, right? And like if you're looking at an X-ray, a doctor can see the same thing that I'm looking at, and I have no idea what that communicates to me. I could see it, but I don't know what it's telling me.
Right.
And like at some point, there's something that happens to where that communication pathway opens up, and you can register the information, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know when that is. Obviously, it's different for everybody, and it's different from how much reps you're putting in and creating that pathway to happen. But yeah, it's definitely understanding the information that you're seeing. And my thing is, if you can't. Still to this day, if I can't see it, I can't fix it. No matter what kind of skills you have, it ultimately comes down to, can you see and interpret the information? Because if that is rule number, if you can't do that, then we're dead in the water.
Right.
We're not going nowhere.
Right.
So let's see and understand the information. Rule number one. Like the most important phase is, but yeah, it clicks different for everybody. I didn't have a click time. I mean, I don't remember a day that it clicked. I remember when I quit horsing around and got serious with PDR. We're pregnant, then it's like, oh crap, I can't.
Well, yeah,
hang out at the mall all day.
Melissa being pregnant was definitely a motivator. Like,
Yeah.
we're gonna have another mouth to feed. Like, well, I got to figure this stuff out, or I'm gonna be at UPS washing trucks. Like, yeah,
When we got pregnant was when I told Matt, because I didn't have a real job. I was like, dude, I have to have a job. I have to have a real job.
right.
And that's when
A
I got
career.
into it. Pregnancy.
Isn't it crazy what a little bit of responsibility will do for you?
Oh man.
That whole thing where, I think this kind of work really is meaningful to me. This kind of work, when you get pregnant, you need money.
Right.
And there's money over here. There's opportunity.
You just got to figure it out.
That's where I'm going.
Got to figure it out, man.
All that other stuff just goes away and it becomes very simple.
Yeah.
Yes.
Two interesting things about your story that I thought was cool was, you were talking about how you tried on your own, and it took kind of another person to kind of help coach you through, right?
Right.
What I had the blessing of having for most of my early stages of my career was other people around that could help coach, and you would learn from. Well, not they were actively coaching you. They were someone that you could glean information from, opposed to being just by yourself in a town without any kind of network or any kind of people around you to gauge anything off of, or help decipher the information that we're all trying to figure out. Because it's hard. It's a hard craft.
Yes.
It's a very hard craft, and it's a very hard craft solo. And especially back then when everything was a secret, we didn't have the internet, and you didn't have all the things we have now, where you can kind of get through on your own, but not really, because you're relying on social media. You're still, but now, there's so many resources available, but back then it was like your network of people. And I would say that my success early on was being in a good network of other PDR guys around me who were going through similar experiences, and we all just learn from each other.
That's awesome.
So that, I think, from hearing your story, was that guy was it for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to move your board back.
Right. Switch
He
from
just
switch from
knows.
lines to fog. Right. Learn how your
Yeah.
brain sees. Still can't fix a dent with lines. As good as I am today, lines it's like a different language to me. And then moving your board. As
Yeah.
simple as board placement.
And then
Unreal.
the other thing you said, which was you wanting to drive 4 hours and freaking do it, like because
What you do?
like you saw an opportunity,
Yes.
and you pounced on it, but then you did it with tenacity. You didn't just and you quit that job too to be able to do that.
I quit the pizza shop too, right? So I walked away from the detail shop
Yeah.
to take the pizza job to practice. And then when I got that offer from Jay, I called my boss at the pizza shop and I'm like, hey,
Schmitty.
Oliver Schmidt. So Schmitty was like, he's still
What's
on my
this
phone
pizza
as
shop called?
Ollie's.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
still there?
Still there.
It's
Yep.
good?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff.
All right.
But I called him up and I'm like, dude, I've been working at this. This dude's giving me an opportunity. I hate to leave you high and dry, but I got to jump. Like I got to start next week. I'm sorry. And I think he was a little hurt, but he got it. He knew, right? He took the jump from like a Domino's corporate career track to opening up his own independent shop and going, like he got it.
Yeah.
So when I made that leap, I think it hurt a little bit because we're good friends. We're still good friends. But he knew that like I had to do it. Like I'm a burn the boats
Yeah.
guy.
Well,
Like that's just
with
how I'm
PDR,
wired.
it's such a hard skill that you almost have to. Like, I hear guys, and again, there's plenty of guys who are successful this way, but it's not the norm. Is like they want to tiptoe into this, and if you can do that, I'm not saying you can't be successful doing that. I think, but it's a lot harder journey. Like, and again, life is situational, and whether or not you have kids and mortgages and cars and things like that, you might not be able to just jump headfirst into something and try to figure it out because the bills aren't going to wait around for you to figure it out. So I understand that. I'm not trying to like beat somebody up, but like it really is. It favors a young guy who can make that commitment of time, who doesn't have those burdens of financial responsibilities over his head, that can jump in and pay his dues and put in the reps and do the time and work through that financial lull that isn't making sense because you're not going to make any money for a while until that clicks, and then you can start making money. Like the guy telling you in 3 months or 6 months, you're going to
30 days.
30 days, you're going to go make money.
Yeah.
That's pretty unrealistic, even by today's terms. With like what I think you can teach PDR, like that's not. I would never say that to somebody. Like, I mean, there's time that has to happen between the tool being in your hand and your brain understanding what this is and how to do it. That just it has to be there. There's something that you can't just fast track. We can fast track a lot, but there's some things you can't fast track, and it's just time with the tool. So even with the things that we have today, like you still got to put in those reps, but in order to do that, you've got to burn the ships, like you said, and commit and just jump in the deep end with both feet and freaking figure it out. And I think those guys have the most success. The guys who kind of want to tiptoe around the edge and put a pinky toe in once in a while and do, like, can you do it? Yeah, I mean, you can do it, but you're going to have a lot longer journey, and it's going to be a lot longer before you can turn that into income. Like
But
if you can endure it. Like a lot of guys can't sustain it, and they endure it, and
those are the guys that we talked to. They're like, oh, I tried to do that 10 years ago.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
what happened? Well, it was hard. What? I know. You have to work hard at this trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I'm just an all in guy. Like burn the boats and it's win or die. And that
I like it.
That's like having a pregnant wife and you got to make money. You know, that's
Pressure's
you gotta,
on.
You got to
There's
do
no
it.
failing.
Yeah. Failure's not an option. Not an option. It's, you know, and I think that translates to being able to do like the big smash repair. Like when I jump into a smash, if I'm putting all that time into it, like I'm going to fix this car. Not fixing this car is not an option. Unless there's like a critical failure, we're going to figure it out.
That comes down to tenacity.
Yep.
Like that is that ingredient, right? Like you can have every other ingredient, but if you don't have that, you're probably not going to be successful with that repair. You can have every tool known to man and have gone to every training thing, and you can know all the head knowledge you want. But if you don't have that tenacity, I mean, it's been exemplified many times by all of our heroes in the PDR industry that like that is the thing is this car is leaving here fixed.
Yep.
That's the only option.
Well, listen, it's our heroes, and it's also the people who have it. I see it in my son. I see it in Mac. So it was like 2 weeks ago. You can go back on our Instagram and find it. He's doing really well, but he's riding that learning PDR roller coaster where like he went and worked hail with me and was right there and like did awesome. And then he got some hard dents, and then he went and helped this other guy, and then he went and did some dealer work, and it all went well. And then he had like 2 or 3 days where the dealers were just hitting him with everything that makes your life. Like he was like, Dad, you should just fire me. I don't know if I have this figured out. Like just, it beats you down. Well, we had a dealer drop off a car at the shop to do some push for paint. And it pulled, you know, it got there when I wasn't there, and he's like, what's up with this fender? And I'm like, I push for paint. Like, see what you can do. He's like, I'm staying here and I'm going to fix that. He's like, I just need a win for the day. And I went home and had dinner, and I came back, and dude, he's got this thing like almost glass. It's a good 6 or 8 inch deep. It's got a scratch down the middle, but he is like glassing this thing out. And he's like, I just had to fix it. I didn't have a choice. So to know that tenacity carries you forward in this, and then to watch, you know, my next generation come in and already have that tenacity. Also, he was not a good student and didn't like school, and it wasn't for him. But to see he got his teeth kicked in all 2 days, and he came in and stayed late and worked hard on that to make it happen. Like just to watch that tenacity come through is pretty amazing. And to know that what that leads to for him is exciting.
So how long did you work for that guy?
So I started in January of 2004. He's battling cancer, up and down, had some personal relationship problems in his life without getting too detailed, and he's battling cancer. And he had been doing well, and then I think it started to come back, and it was hitting him hard. It was April 1st of 2004. And I remember it because it's April 1st. And he calls me and he's like, hey, can you come up to the house when you're done for the day? I need to talk to you about some stuff. And I'm like, yep, sure, dude, I'm there. Well, we're in the mountains of West Virginia. I happen to be working on like the east side, like past the mountains in the east in the valley. And they're calling for snow at elevation. And I didn't know what that meant. I'm like, it's 50 degrees and raining. Like, it's not going to snow. Well, I start making my way to Jay's house, and you got to like go out the back of the valley and climb up and then run ridges all the way to the ski resort he lives at, and then you're at his place. So I start snaking up this mountain, and it's going
What
from
ski resort did he live at?
I lived at Timberline. It's in Davis, West Virginia. Small place, but like I'll take a private house at the ski resort. That's kind of cool.
That's pretty cool.
Dent guys do okay. So I start snaking my way up this mountain. Now I'm in a 2-wheel drive S10, and I've already taken the weight out of the back of my truck because it's April. We don't get snow at home in April. What do you do in the mountains? I start making my way up, and I'm like, it's getting slushy and then snowy. Then I get up, and I come around this bend, and there's a tractor trailer jackknifed across the road. Then I'm like, I can't make it. Like, and it's got to be another 100 miles to go around the other way. So I start back down. I'm like, dude, I can't get there. Like, can we just talk? And he's like, man, I'm going to give you the company. I'm like, all right, dude, it's April Fool's. Quit messing around. And he goes, no, I'm serious. Can you and Melissa, I think that must have been a Thursday. He's like, can you and Melissa come down to the house tomorrow and spend the night and like, let's talk about all this. I'm like, dude, you got to quit messing with me. I'm not messing with you. So I snake my way back down and go out around, like, he's southwest. I need to go northwest, and I'm going around the weather. I call Melissa. I'm like, hey, we got to go to Jay's tomorrow. He said he's giving us the company. Like, he's not doing well. What? I don't know. So we go down, and, we're sitting down for dinner and talking, and he's like, here's the deal. I'm not doing well. He said, and I'm leaving. And I'm either going to get better or die. I don't know which. He's like, but I can't focus on business. This is yours. Run with it. I'm like, dude, I'm just learning how to do that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to jump in and swim. So I went from, right, like being a mentee.
3 months?
4 months. Yeah. Well, 4 months plus. So
right.
2 years in,
Yeah.
but 4 months of
With him.
figuring out like what's going on. And, but now I've got David, who's like this 50-year-old dude learning PDR, and Mitch, who is the guy that was learning when I started with Jay in January. And I'm like, well, I got to figure this out. Like, I got me, and I got these two guys to feed, and I got to go to these dealers, and like man, it was a chaotic year,
Wow.
to say the least. It taught me to, I guess, not a whole lot different than like when my dad passed. It was trial by fire, and I'm like, well, I guess if I'm the best dent guy in the company, I better start acting like it. And man, it was tough for a little while to fill Jay's shoes. Like, Jay could fix that. I'm like, well, Jay's not here, so I'm going to do all I can do. And if I can't say I can fix it, or if I say I can't fix it, there's nobody else down here that can fix it. So we're just going to figure it out. And man, I just put my nose to the grindstone, and I had no idea how to sell. I didn't know how to do anything. But we had a good core of dealerships down that way, and they loved us, and we showed up and did what we said we were going to do. And they were like, do you guys do anything else? And I'm like, well, what do you need? And they're like, man, if you could do touch-ups and like paint bumpers, that would be great. So I called my old buddies at the Paint Bowl again, and they've got a paint system. So I went up there and I bought a paint system. I came back and I showed these guys how to do. So we started doing bumpers and dents, and that's just what it took to survive. And we did that for a couple of years. We let Mitch go not too far in. He just, good tech, but like too OCD. And he wouldn't build these cars because he'd be like, oh, I see a flicker, so I didn't charge him. I'm like, dude, you got to charge him. I got to the point where the dealers were like, we're not giving us bills, so he must not be doing a good job, even though he was. Right, so he was out. So it was me and David and bouncing back and forth, and sort of got to the point where he didn't really need me anymore. You know what I mean? Like, and I had built my route up, and I'm doing paint and bumpers, everything up closer to home, and wanted to sort of get out of that. And I let him buy me out, and we went to PPF school and started doing PPF, and I sold my bumper business to a local bumper guy who still does the accounts I sold to him. And right, like that moved up to, I think that was in 06. Mac was a baby when I transitioned out of paint. And
What was that business called that you inherited?
it was USA Hail Team,
Wow.
because he was a hail guy, like old school Dent Wizard hail guy. And we kept it USA Hail Team until 06. And we were doing not any hail because it hadn't hailed anywhere in the tri-state area. And we were doing bumpers, and I learned how to do wheels. So we're doing all these things. So it's still my corporation today. So we got rid of the Hail Team and incorporated Total Reconditioning Services, Inc. And sort of the vision I had was I wanted to be like a one-stop total reconditioning package for the dealerships and move through there. Painting sucks. I hated painting more than I hated detailing cars. Right, and transitioned into PPF. And then in 08, Jay was back in the picture chasing hail, not a business. I went out to Eastern PA to help him at like a year later storm like just do a bunch of straggler cars. And while I was out there, Pittsburgh took its first hailstorm hit in my PDR career. And Charlie, from earlier in the story, called and he's like, dude, Chris's lot took a hit. He's like, when are you coming home? We got work, bud. We got to do this. And stopped doing PPF. And I've been myself strictly PDR since 2008. Trial by fire there. Learned how to do hail. Got pretty decent at hail. And we've averaged a storm. Is there wood in here?
Good luck. Yeah.
We've averaged at least some storm, even if it's just a little pocket, every year since 2008. Now, we've had dry years, and we've had years with 3, but we're still better than one storm a year since 2008.
Wow.
So that's pretty cool. And I've been
That's nice.
all PDR since then.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's my journey to being a dent guy.
So when did it become Dent Repair Now?
So I think I got the domain name in 11 or 12. I'd have to go back to my GoDaddy and see when I registered it. Facebook is a thing now. And the one hail guy, we came in, started talking about these dent groups. And I'm like, I didn't know there were groups. I barely know what Facebook is. And I ended up in these dent groups and started talking to people and, reconnect with I knew Keith from Doording.com back in the day. Started going to MTE and hearing some talks. And
What year you think you started going to MTE?
2011 or 12. I would have to look back and see when our first Disney trip was. But the first time we took the kids to Disney happened to be on MTE weekend. And I'm like, hey, can I take a
No
Friday
way.
and go to this dent convention thing? And she's like, you're going by yourself, but sure. It was whatever year it was the year that TDN brought out the TDN tool cart.
Yeah.
It was the yellow
Yeah.
with black or charcoal trim.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever year that was my first MTE. Because I got to meet Jordan and I met Sal Contreras. I stood in line to meet Mike Toledo.
Wow.
It was crazy.
Was
Crazy.
it in Orlando or Tampa?
That was in Orlando.
Okay.
Did he have a booth that you had to line up to meet
Well,
him
he
at?
didn't. It wasn't like a meet and greet booth. He
Yeah.
was. I think it was Mike and Anthony Spencer. So Mike was selling his DVDs, and Anthony Spencer was selling. You guys remember that twin head knockdown?
Mm-hmm.
Anthony had that, and Mike had his DVDs. And I just stood in line. I'm like, Mr. Toledo, it is so nice to meet you.
You are my biggest fan.
It was inspirational to meet him.
I've done all your lines.
Yeah, and meet Sal Contreras because Sal was certainly an internet celebrity. Then I'm like, Sal, oh my God, we're friends on Facebook. It's so nice to meet you. It was really cool. So Dent Repair Now comes in that era, somewhere in that 2-year window where social media is making the dent world smaller, and we start to see that retail can be something. I think with the 2011 or 2012 storm, that's when I built the website and started doing some Google ads to try to chase some hail cars. And that led into a little bit of retail work coming in, like people calling me to get a door ding fixed. Nobody outside of the car business knows what reconditioning is. In their head, when they hear it, they're like, oh, you're in construction. What do you build? I'm like, I recondition cars. So I'm like, I have to figure out something that says dents. So for a long time, I just had the website, dentrepairnow.com. And my shirt said TRS. And then customers, they're like, what? Your van says Dent Repair Now, but your shirt says this? Like, what's going on? And I don't remember what year we did the DBA and switched or added, Dent Repair Now as the forward facing. This is what we do. Mm-hmm. We fix dents now. Mm-hmm. And that was the beginning of Dent Repair Now. Mm-hmm. Is how that came to be.
Wow.
Yeah.
My first MTE was in Tampa. I think Kevin talked about what year it was. I don't remember, but was that some small facility in Tampa?
Tampa was before I went because it has not been back to Tampa. I think was there Clearwater? Would that be Tampa? Corpus Christi?
It might have been Clearwater. I just remember it was a very colorful building. I can see it. Like there was lots of like rooms to go. You know how it's got all those colors everywhere. This was like super colorful building, and I don't know. I think there was I remember that one, and then I never went back for a while until I think 2012 or 2013 when they had a bunch of tents outside, like
Yes, I was at that one.
Yeah, like it extended out. They didn't have the floor space for it, and it was like,
Yep. I was at that one because that was around the time that PDR Nation was getting off the ground, and I ended up on the board of that somehow, and we had a space in the tent outside.
So how did you kind of come to fame? Like what caused that? I mean, you're doing dents in Pennsylvania.
So as near as I can figure, he's loving that word, yes.
Bro.
The look on Matt's face was just priceless. So how did I come to fame, if we would call it fame? I'm just a dent guy in my head, but
Well, yeah, I mean, of course.
right? I get it. I understand. So we were in the dent groups.
In Facebook?
Yeah, Facebook dent groups, right? Post Dording, like where there's actual Dording was like really small, and the groups like blew up. John Hiley, Dent Magic John, back in the day, had made this video of like his approach to glue pulling a dent on a rail. And I remember watching it, and I was like, man, my approach is pretty similar, but I do this, and this different. In fact, if you go on YouTube, you should probably search for like my email address. So gafetty@gmail.com is my login, because I didn't even know about social media marketing or anything back then. If you go on there and go back, this tutorial video is still up there. So I watched that video from John, and I was like, man, I'm gonna make a video and show like my process, because that was pretty cool how he shared and showed, and I'm like, I want to try that. So I go on and I make this video. It hasn't been that long since I've gone back. It was actually a pretty decent video. Like for not having a clue how to make video, or even I may have used a flip camera. I don't know what I used to do it. I made this like video, and I think even ended. I'm like, hey, in this video, it's sort of an answer back to Dent Magic John. I really like the video he did on his whatever Buick Regal. I wanted to show you my approach to how I glue pull, right, and go from there. I did this whole tutorial, and me and John sort of connected virtually over that video and in the groups, and just started talking to some of the old Dording.com guys. Well, one night my phone rings at, it's like 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night. And it's John. And I'm like, hey, what's up, dude? He's like, hey, me and some guys were working on this like trade organization thing, and we're looking for some more board members. We're growing, and really like what you've put out there. I really think you would be a good fit. Would you be willing to talk to the chairman? And I'm like, well, this sounds like a jump in and swim kind of opportunity. Like, dude, I can't believe this Dent Magic John guy called me. Like, he's all over the internet. So Ryan Hampton calls me and talks about what the organization is, and I'm like, well, this sounds pretty cool. Like, I'm in. So quietly go to work, and we built all of that virtually. It's really cool. That's like, we could do a whole podcast on that if it were still relevant. Fast forward, we launch, and part of the launch is we're getting space to talk at MTE. PDR Nation is getting time to talk. So there was like the executive group or whatever you would call it, like the leaders, the top level, have their own talk. And John and Mike invite me. They're going to do a marketing talk. And they're like, hey, do you want to come on and talk about how somebody could use their PDR Nation membership to market their business. We have an hour. We'll each take 20 minutes. It'll be great. And I'm like, jump in and swim, man. Like, I'm all about this. Like, I can talk in a group. Like, I can talk in this kind of group real comfortable. Like, I get this. I got all kinds of ideas how you can market your business with PDR Nation. And I put my 20 minutes together, practice it out, talk to it, record myself. And I get up in front of the room. And I think Mike and John sort of brought it in, but I'm like the opening speaker. Man, I gave my whole 20-minute talk to Daniel Grom, who was sitting in the front left side of the room, in 5 minutes.
It was just him in there.
No, the room was full. but the whole room, the nerves got me.
Yeah.
The whole room is going black. And I'm like, dude, if I don't focus on something, I'm going to pass out. And it came around, and Daniel Grom was sitting right there. And I'm telling you, it was the whole, I just dumped 20 minutes of information and 5 minutes to him. I'm like, oh. And I was done. And John and Mike finished, and it was great.
When we set out to make the first simple, effective two-glue system, we knew we had to make an amazing hail glue. It sets quick, holds really strong, and lets go when you need it to. And let me just say, our hail glue absolutely rips through hail damage. Another goal for our hail glue, it had to deliver effective, reliable pulls for route techs out there making it happen in the streets during the cold months. Part of our two-glue system, whatever the weather, Thin Slayer has you covered. This glue was only made possible by our relationship with Anson. You can find the glue on their website, as well as some of the other leading tool companies' websites.
I had to talk with myself after that like, listen, if you're going to be serious about this and you're going to jump in and do this stuff, you better figure out how to get up and talk in front of people. And I don't know how I did it. I'm not wired to do it. I'm an introvert by design. Like, I like to be by myself and fix a smash and just don't talk to me. Let me listen to a podcast or jam out to some Pink Floyd, like, and work. But over the next year, whatever I did to work on myself worked. And we come back around, and now I had moved up to secretary inside the organization. So I'm in that, you know what I mean? Like chairman, co-chair, secretary, and treasurer. Like the four of us are leading the organization, and we're making a push, and we come back and, like, for the lack of a better term, like sort of like burn the boats. Sometimes you just got to pull it out and lay it on the table and talk. And we sat down, or we went into one of the talks, and I don't remember who the fourth person was, but it was Ryan Hampton and Dave Haxton and myself. And I mean, these guys are starting to grill us hard. And I knew PDR Nation like the back of my hand. Like, I knew everything we stood for. I knew, like, it was my job to understand what was going on, a good marketing mind. And I think they just pushed my buttons, and I was really passionate about it. I told you guys not to get me passionate because it gets ugly. Mm-hmm. And I just stepped up and took command of that room. And at the end, Dave and Ryan were like, damn, where'd that come from? Like, you're the guy. And like, from that day, I just learned how to, I don't know what clicked. Other than like being challenged on something I was very passionate about, I think was enough to like bust me out of that shell. And whatever I learned, man, it worked. And from that day, like, I've got no qualms. You could probably throw me up in a stadium and give me a microphone and, like, no fear, as long as I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's
or at least if I could pretend to know what I'm talking about. That one's from Melissa. But I think that was so. It really, like, what started it. It was as simple as making that video that was a retort to John Hiley, like, hey, here's my approach, right? That was, if there's a springboard, that was it.
Yeah.
And, you know, and
You just got pulled in.
right. And it just, John was a pivotal part of my journey, and, you know, pulled me into where, you know, that's a direct step to where I'm at today. Like, I really think that if we're going to get a little philosophical, that I believe that everything happens the way it's supposed to happen. If you have the wherewithal or the consciousness to sometimes pause in life and turn around and look back, it's not chaos. It's not good and bad. It just is. And like the picture I see is, remember when we were kids and they would put the cartoon map up and they were like taking a journey in a wagon. It was like, and like you go dot to dot. I feel like if I can turn around and look back on life, I can see all of these dots that connect that didn't make any sense in the world as they were happening. Mm-hmm. But in hindsight, right, that hindsight that's 20/20, if you look back, you can see that every little, like that one little video springboarded my life. That walking up to Melissa and getting her phone number while she's on a date with a dude literally changed my life. You know, pulling into that dealership to do a windshield and seeing Jay with that board and walking up and introducing. He was never back. I don't know that he ever stepped foot back in that dealership ever. If I wasn't there at that exact time, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
It was random. Like, why did I go there? I don't know. I was trying to make a couple bucks. Literally a dot that changes the direction of my life.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was my springboard to PDR fame.
So we've heard another story about you on this podcast.
Uh-oh.
And there was some kind of get together, like a hail conference or something like this. Or some kind of dent guy get together.
That is another dot.
And Chris White said that he got up and made a speech and wanted to start training body shops to do glue pulling. And he said, whoever wants to do this with me, come talk to me. And then, like, afterwards, you were like the only guy who came up to him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was it.
Tell us that from your perspective.
All right. So how are we on time? Do we have like a few minute backstory there?
Then what we can do is whenever we're ready to stop, we can just plan on doing another episode at some point.
I'm really enjoying the heck out of this. So
Yeah.
I'm totally down. And really, you're not that far from Savannah, which is one of our favorite destinations.
Yeah. So
I might have to take Melissa to Savannah, and then I'll let her have a day, and I'll run down and do a show.
Boom.
Run back.
easy.
So fast forward post PDR Nation, PDR College becomes a thing. Keith is another big dot in my life, another dude that literally changed the course of my life. Inside of there, my first podcast, the PDR Marketing Minute, is born and sort of rides the coattails of PDR College.
Yep. I listen to every single one of those.
Which leads to, like trying to grow into more than just being a technician. The PDR space is tough to build a secondary business in, a secondary coaching business. Tools are the way to go, Matt. Stick with the tools. It's a good thing.
I don't know.
Tools is better than coaching. But looked into coaching and marketing and all kinds of stuff. And I really got frustrated with how difficult it was to try to grow that in the PDR space. But I knew, like, I want to not fix cars as my main income. Like, that's just good at it. I'm done chasing that craft. Well, there was a body shop at home that, this goes back to that Jonathan video I talked about earlier. One of Charlie's body shops, I'm friends with the manager, and Louie, my right-hand guy's wife, works there, and we're at a party together, and the one estimator manager comes up, and he's like, hey, what can you tell me about this glue pull stuff? Charlie won't spill the beans on anything, and I've always just been an open book. Like, I'd rather help and be the expert than hold you far away and keep you at bay and try wizardry on you. And I'm like, man, I think it's this Kiko stuff. And, and I pulled up this Jonathan video where a horse had like hip checked the side of this van.
A real horse?
A real horse. And it was the first big glue pull I've ever seen. And he put a couple centipedes and they hooked it up and they pulled it with a frame machine. Like, they're on it. It's like, dug, 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 dug. And like this dent just walks out. And I'm like, oh, it's amazing. Imagine the dents we could fix with this stuff. So I start following Kiko, and I point them to Kiko stuff, and I think they ordered some things. A month or two later, he calls me back, Ross, and he's like, hey, we're sending a couple guys out for some training with BTAG. What do you think about this? They're going to learn hotbox, and they're going to learn some glue pull, and they're going to learn some rudimentary, beginner pushing. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. And, I'm like, yeah, go for it. Let me know how it is, and hang up the phone. And like something clicks in my head. I'm like, man, I'm looking for a way to reach beyond PDR with my skill set. Like, I don't want to shift industries. I don't want to shift skill sets, but I want to reach further. And I didn't know that body shops would invest in their employees and send them out for training, like to another city for multiple days. I call him back up and I'm like, hey, Ross, do you have the syllabus for this? Do you have like a what they're going to learn? I'd love to look at it and see. So he sends it over. And sure enough, like I could probably dig through my emails and find it. It's like moving metal with a hot box, right? Like 101, how to glue pull. And it's, a 101 class and rudiment. And I look at it and I'm like, I've got a hot box. I know how to glue pull. I know how to push. I know how to read a light. Like, man, I had no idea that body shops would invest in their people. So I'm like, man, entrepreneur brain kicks in. Maybe this is where I go. So pick up the phone. I call Keith Cosentino. Hey, Keith, here's what I'm thinking about doing. Can I buy some Black Plague stuff off of you? Sure, dude, whatever you need. You got it. You just call me. We'll drop ship it to you. You're good. I call Craig at Anson. Craig, hey, what's up, man? Here's what I'm trying to do. Can I make my own glue? Can I make my own gene glue? And he's like, man, that's kind of a lot of work. This was before it was cool to do this.
Uh-huh.
And he's like, how about I'll just send you a box of all of our glues and you check them out and see what you like and see where you can go from there. I'm like, all right. And sure enough, like a whole box of every glue that Anson has shows up on my doorstep. I call Carl Stuckey. Carl, here's what I'm thinking about. I'm going to need some lights. Tell me what you need, dude. I'll drop ship them to you. You pay me when you sell them. We're good. This is amazing. So email Kiko. Hey, here's what I'm trying to do, blah, blah, blah. The email goes to Kenny. Kenny's hardcore e-commerce. Helped a lot with Kiko. Great dude, good friend today. Like I'd call him and got to dinner with him now. And he sends me back this like, F you, peasant. Like, well, we really only deal with bigger distributors and, we're not really interested in pursuing anything at this time. And I'm like, call Craig up. Craig, you sell Kiko stuff? Yep. Hey, I don't think Kiko's going to sell to me. If I can get this thing going, can we work a deal and I can get some Kiko through you? He's like, yeah, we'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. Sweet. So I'm building the base. Start working like on my syllabus and we come up to an MTE. And Kiko's there and Jonathan's there. I still haven't met Chris, but I met, man, I can't remember the dude's name. He was like Chris's right-hand guy at Kiko back in the day. And I'm like, hey, here's what I'm doing. I sent you guys an email. He's like, I'll tell you what, I'm coming to Pittsburgh in a couple of weeks. He's like, let's go to dinner and we'll sit down and talk about it. I'm like, this is a win. Go to the Hail Expo in 2019. Now, I'm good friends with Dave Streen, who was good friends with Dave Shalott. And me and Dave sort of through Streen, me and Shalott through Streen are sort of like getting to know each other, who each other are. We go to the Hail Expo. Chris White's there. I'm speaking. Chris is speaking. And Shalott's like, hey.
What did you speak on? Marketing?
Marketing, yeah. Me and a guy that used to do websites for a bunch of Dent guys, we put a marketing thing together and we had like a little coaching program after to sort of like launch your business. It was cool. It was a good little gig. But Shalott's like, hey, he goes, I know what you're working on through Streen. He's like, you need to sit here for Chris White's talk. And I'm like, well, I'm here anyways. I was probably going to sit, but I will be sure to sit here for Chris's thing. So Chris gets on stage and he's talking. And the program he wants to roll out is the Kiko Core, where, sort of like the 10,000 foot view is a Dent guy in every city who is an ambassador for Kiko, and you're already in the body shop, so you're going to talk glue pull to them, and then you'll get a small commission for what they buy. Like, cool little, call it guerrilla marketing network. Mm-hmm. There were things I liked about it. There were things I thought were like not good about it. But he had my interest. And I'm like, why reinvent the wheel? Like, if these guys are essentially doing the big part of what I want to do, and they're the big dog in the room, why would I try to do this on my own when they won't even sell me stuff? And let me talk to this guy. Like, I need to talk to this guy. Well, I mean, it's an expo. You know, I think at that one, there were 300 people there. It was a pretty good size, small show. Yeah. So we go to the restaurant in the casino, and we're sitting at a group table in the back. I don't know, 8 or 10 of us. We got to go to the restroom. So we get up, and I walk out, and at the front of the restaurant is Dave Shalott and Chris White. And I still hadn't met Chris. But they're sitting there drinking bourbon. And I'm like, hey, Dave, what's up? You got to introduce me to your buddy Chris here because I liked what he had to say, but I want to talk about it. And, we get an introduction. 45 minutes later, Melissa comes over thinking I got lost or kidnapped or, something. We stand there and end up talking till like 3 a.m, the 4 of us, about glue pull and about life and about everything. You know what I mean? Like, the bourbon's flowing. We're having a good time. And, but we're drinking. Day 2 of the expo. And I'm sure I gave him a piece of my mind. Because, again, I'm passionate and I was buzzed up. So it was back and forth. But the next day, they had like the little tool room, and he was in there with his cart. And I walked up and I'm like, hey, Chris, I just want to let you know, like, I know we were drinking last night and, sort of bantering back and forth. But I want to let you know that, like, in a sober conversation, I'm absolutely dead serious about what we talked about. I said, in fact, I have a meeting with, it's Tim. I have a meeting with Tim in 2 weeks in Pittsburgh. He's coming up to Keystone, and we're supposed to go to dinner to talk about this. And he's like, oh, okay. He goes, well, if you're serious, here's my cell phone. Call me next week when we're back, and let's figure it out. So I call him on Tuesday, and we're going back and forth. And I basically come out and I say, listen, I like this Kiko Core idea. And what I want to do is I want to come work for you, and I want to run the whole core for the entire country. And he's like, you want to do what? I'm like, I really like it. I think I've got a vision for it. I want to come work for you, and I want to run this whole program. And he sort of like, pumped the brakes. He goes, I'll tell you what, we're having an open house and class at Kiko, whatever it was, next month. I'll tell you what, if you can get there, you can come as my guest. He's like, I'll pick you up at the airport. You get there and I'm in. I'm like, oh, sounds great. Dates, times. Hang up the phone. I call Melissa. I'm like, hey, babe, I got to go to Kiko. He said I can come as his guest to this class. All I got to do is get there. Like, let's book a flight to Oklahoma City. Fly in, call him. He picks me up. And we went to dinner the night before. Came back the next day. Jonathan and Shalott are teaching the class. In true me fashion, I jump in and help teach the class and interject myself like I've been there forever. When we go out to the lodge to do the hands-on, I just jumped in and started teaching small repair to some of the students. There were sort of stations. And I watched Chris. So that was like the class. And then that evening was the open house. I think was it the 10th anniversary? It might have been the 10th anniversary of Kiko Tabs was the open house. And I love the product. I connected with him. I connected with everybody really well. He got up on stage and gave a speech. And you could see the passion in his face, and he got choked up and teared up being so passionate about it, like just a wear your heart on your sleeve kind of guy, which is who, like, that speaks to me. I'm the same way. I'll get passionate and, like, I'm glad I haven't cried in here yet. Like, but I care that much. And it comes through, and I saw that, and I'm like, man, this, like, really like this dude. I like what I see. I like what he stands for. later that night, we're standing. I can see this conversation. We're back sort of where the beer table was, but we're just hanging out, and you could sort of like, that's where you would step back if you just wanted to look at the whole party, look at the whole room and see what's going on. And he came up and he goes, listen, man, he goes, there's been a lot of people that have talked and said they want to do this and said they want to do that. And he's like, there's only one guy who showed up when they said they were going to show up, and that's you. And Jonathan was sort of taking a step back and exiting, and it was just, again, the perfect alignment. It's that dot on the map where it was just a good fit. And we had meetings about the core and decided that wasn't the way to go, and decided to find other ways to work together. And I had an incredible 4-year run at Kiko, flying all over the country, talking at MTE, talking on the stage at SEMA, like learning, finding the not just passion, but the skill I have to teach. Like, forever grateful to my time at Kiko and the opportunities that afforded me to help find who I am as a person. Good stuff.
Wow.
What years would that have been with Kiko?
19 to 23.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then how did you start to go your own way?
So, man, pre-COVID, Kiko were on this like almost scary rocket launch trajectory. Like the traction we were getting, where we were heading was amazing and a little terrifying to be moving that fast. And then COVID happened, right? And then nothing. And then we scrounged our way back. We shifted like the whole world shifted and scrounged our way back and caught some more of that trajectory, like maybe at a little lower angle, but still moving forward. As Dent Repair Now grew, right, as it should, right, like your business should grow all the time. Dent Repair Now grew. Post-COVID air travel still is not the same as pre-COVID. So early Kiko years, time from Pittsburgh, I could get like to a huge portion of the East Coast on like an early flight like today. Like I could fly down here at 5 a.m. and be here by 7 or 8. I could teach down here, and then it would be a long day, but I could catch like a 7 p.m. flight home.
Yep.
So I could one day these trainings. Like it was a
Yes.
long day, but it was
But
energizing,
yes.
and I loved to fly anyway. So, and I sleep like a baby on a plane. So those were long days, but easy days. As the flight schedules changed, now I couldn't get here in the morning anymore. So now I'm leaving the night before. And then depending on the relation to the airport or whatever, I might not be able to get back the same day that I trained. So now my one-day trainings
3 days.
start turning into 3-day trainings. But the way the pay structure worked, like it wasn't 3 days of pay, like it just didn't work. Going back a few years, Mac is in his mid-teenage years, and we butted heads. And Melissa and him butted heads. Those two were so similar that like opposites attract and sames just repel each other. Like that was the phase they were in. And he wasn't making it easy on her, and she wasn't making it easy on him. And I'm traveling, I'm ended up gone 2, 3, sometimes 4 days a week. I needed to be, most importantly, I needed to be home for my family.
Yes. Yeah.
On top of being tired from flying and working these long hours and everything, watching the home life struggle,
Yep.
like that made it an easy decision
Yeah.
for a hard decision. Like I had been sort of thinking about, I got to step back. And one night we sat on the back deck, and Melissa's like, we got to talk about Kiko. I think it's time to back down. And I'm like, I think you're right. In fact, I know you're right. She's like, what? I'm ready to fight about this. And I'm like, nope. It's time. Like, it's just, I can't travel anywhere fast, right? It's turned into multiple days or canceled flights. Mac, we need to parent together to get through this tough little shit of a teenage boy.
Yeah.
Like, I need to be around. I can't be flying all over the place. And you know, Chris, when I gave Chris my notice, he was sort of on a long run. Like, it was hard. Like, travel's hard. And he was working harder and growing. I mean, it's his company. He's flying all over the world. And he's like, dude, I get it. He's like, no hard feelings here. And I went and worked that SEMA right after that. And then I wrapped up some trainings I had into the spring of, I guess it would be spring of 23 is when I did my last official Kiko training. That was our parting ways. I'd like to think that we left on good terms. I think we're cool. I think there was just a lot of emotion in it, maybe from both sides. But I think we've come a long way. And I tell you, I texted Chris not long ago that I still bleed blue. Like, still love the system. You know, wished everybody luck at SEMA. Had some serious FOMO. I was just in Oklahoma City for the open house. Stayed at Chris's house. Like, we're cool. And I'm forever grateful to that man and look at him as a friend and mentor. It was pretty cool. Pretty cool.
That's really cool.
Pretty amazing journey, really. Yeah. Cool opportunities. Like, I got to go to Rivian. I got to go to Lucid. Like, been to iCar. I'm in iCar videos. Like, how cool is that?
That's cool.
Yeah. Really, really amazing.
Y'all want to turn a corner and hold Gene's story here for the next time and talk about some other things before we run out of time?
Depends on what those other things are.
Well, you want to talk about SEMA? Do you want to talk about your stand?
We can talk about SEMA. He was just talking about SEMA.
Yeah.
So let's kind of segue.
So while you guys are thinking about this, because
Yeah.
I think I screwed up the gift thing. I think we were supposed to do this at the beginning. So I brought you a couple of gifts down. So let's do some gifts.
Okay.
And then we can talk about SEMA. So we can sort of collect our thoughts.
So, by the way, this pack of Oreos was inspired by the last episode of Ginger Bros podcast. I'll let the viewers, go.
I missed that.
Watch
I'm
that.
going to have to go listen to that.
All right.
Yeah, me too.
Funny story.
So now I don't know if you guys are into these or not. I got into these about a year ago. But as entrepreneurs that are working hard and hustling, sometimes you got to just take a break and you got to chill out. And one of the ways I've found to do that sort of forces you is I've started to enjoy a cigar.
Okay.
So I brought you each one of my favorite, easy to smoke in case you're not a big cigar guy.
All right.
My favorite easy to smoke cigars. So they're from Drew Estates. These are the Fat Bottom Betty.
Wow.
Fat Bottom Betty.
It's a sweet, smooth cigar.
Okay. I like
And I'm not
sweet.
offended if you don't smoke it. But one of the things that I've seen in cigar culture,
Okay.
there's a whole culture here that I didn't know was there, is it's a way for you to buy back a little bit of your time.
Yeah.
Because smoking a cigar is not something you're going to do fast. Like, these are going to last you for at least half an hour. So you're going to commit to sit down, relax, and ponder or sit and have good discussion for half an hour, right? So
I like
it's a
it.
way to buy back a little bit of time, which is a nice play into the other gift.
Okay.
So Kevin, right? Well, I guess you started the skull thing.
That just kind of started. I mean, I guess I started with my logo,
Yeah,
but
that's fine.
it was
Well,
yeah.
Listen, we're going to run with it.
Okay.
And then Kevin brought skulls down
skulls.
for his, and Shalot brought the cool skull.
It's Brandon Smith bought that one.
Brandon brought that one, and I'm like, man, I got to stay on there. What can we do? So Pittsburgh's a steel town, so I'm like, man, I want to try to find a steel skull, and I couldn't.
Okay.
So I shifted gears, and I'm like, well, I can still do something metal. So I went. The steampunk route.
Okay.
So me and Melissa collaborated, and she found this cool steampunk skull
Heck yeah.
that is all parts of a clock.
No way.
So sick.
Right? Like it just reminds you that time is precious.
Wow.
So sick. Hold
Right,
on. I'm going
like-
to go to a camera, Marcio. That one?
So it's a really, really cool piece. There's lots of interesting stuff to look at in there.
No, I like it.
And right, I had these guys set the bar high with these skulls, so I had to come up with something cool. So
It's like an epoxy resin.
it is, yeah. So the company names underneath,
Yeah.
it's like Poor Decisions,
Poor excuses.
or Poor Excuses.
Excuse.
Yeah, so it's cast in resin. It's a really cool piece.
That is sick.
Thank
That
you,
is
Gene.
super sick.
Kind of
Thank
a watch
you.
guy, and yeah. Thank you guys.
Bro, that's awesome.
Super cool.
That'll stay right. We'll keep that one right here.
That's really cool.
I was putting up some stuff earlier in the cactus that Shalot brought fell and the arms broke off.
No.
And it turned
Both of them?
It turned into an inappropriate shape really fast. So me and Sala were gluing the arms back on. So I won't put it up there. We'll keep it over here. That's kind of heavy.
I think that resin's kind of tough though. It's probably like damn near bulletproof, but
Oh yeah,
This could kill
but
someone.
don't draw. It could.
that's
It could.
pretty sick.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very thoughtful.
So I have been smoking cigars, but I am definitely a chick when it comes to cigars. Like I had
It's a good chick cigar.
I
Listen,
like them. I don't like them like heavy and like I like them sweet and flavorful.
That's the Fat Bottom Betty right there.
Okay, I'm gonna remind me. I have some in my truck. I'll give you one of my favorite.
Oh.
It's in my truck.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah. This is sick. I do like to smoke occasionally. I'm not a big smoker, but like I understand what you're saying about taking time and doing it, like a deliberate action, right? Of like just chilling and
Yep.
taking some time, because as we were talking earlier, I don't do that enough. My brain
I think so many of us don't do that enough.
doesn't stop. Not that it will stop with that, but like my body will for sure. Like you can just stop and chill and take the necessary time to kind of focus. And so I think that is a good exercise in, what is it? Rest. Let's just say that. Yeah. I'm not a bourbon guy. I know a lot of guys, I'm not against it. I'm not like have a thing. It's just, I know a lot of guys like cigar and bourbon or cigar and whiskey, and I've just never been that guy. I think I had too much of that as a teenager, and it kind of ruined me. So
So I can certainly do a cigar and bourbon. I can do a cigar and coffee. My favorite, and I'm not a big soda. We call it pop. You know, you have
Pap.
like soda down here, whatever you call it.
We say Coke.
Okay, well, I like
we
my-
call it its proper name.
All right, I'm good with Coke. Whether it's a
Not
Dr.
Pepsi, Coke.
One of my favorite things to do is a Coke and a sweet cigar.
Okay.
That is like
Like a Coca-Cola?
a Coca-Cola,
Yeah.
like a
Yeah,
I
like
get
a
it with
Mexican Coke. That's
well,
what you
Mexican.
want.
I had a
Ooh,
Mexican Coke at
sugar.
Chipotle yesterday.
Yeah, that's okay.
that's the
Now we're
real
talking.
deal.
Now we're talking. I do, again, going back to my chick theme, is I really do like coffee espressos.
Okay.
Yeah, when Shalot came down, I think I had 3
You
that
mean
night.
espresso martini?
Espresso martinis. What did I say?
Oh, yeah.
Espresso martinis.
Espresso martinis. I had one of those
Yeah.
with Dave in Vegas,
Yeah.
and a whole lot of bourbon. That was a rough day.
I think I had 3 that night with Dave.
yeah.
We had a good chat.
So when we were, I don't know if you watched this video. We put out a few videos of SEMA, but when the first day of the show, Chris, well, I didn't know this was happening, but Chris kind of shows up to do like a rally speech, and everybody kind of gathers around, and he's firing everybody up, and he says he's like, I just got a text from Gene Fetty, and he's saying he wishes he was here. He said he's having extreme FOMO.
I was, man. That I loved doing trade shows. Like,
Yeah.
trade shows and on stage, man. Put me in, coach. I'm all in. Like, loved it.
Did you still love SEMA on Friday?
If I had a
Like how?
if I had a voice left. If I had a voice left, that would be my problem. Is we always talked about getting like a mic pack so I could just talk instead of, because like SEMA gets loud and then you get 30 or 40 people in front of you and you're projecting out to the crowd, that will blow your voice out in a hurry. So if I still had a voice, yes, loved it the whole time. It was energizing, but man, I was dog tired.
I don't think I don't get energized by a trade show. I like it, but it takes all the energy out of me.
Listen, at the end of the day, I'm tired and I need to recharge.
Yeah.
But while I'm in it,
You're loving it.
Loving it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And especially with, Chris is not paying me to say this, but especially with such an amazing product that just works so well. And literally, like over the years and even still today, I still get it. We have body men, body techs, because there's quite a few women in the trade now that have come up to me, to us, to the Key Code, and they're like, you changed my life. I love my job again.
Wow.
Dude, that is motivation.
That's cool.
You know, when you're literally changing an industry and you're changing individual lives, man, if that doesn't fire you up, you definitely should not be at the trade show working the booth. You know, like, man, I loved it.
That's awesome.
Loved it. And to get up on stage, I love getting up on stage and talking. And yeah, amazing.
Yeah. Matt, you have what were your highlights?
Well, you know, we went to debut the stand, which I think we did, but so that was cool. I mean, I love talking. I think I talk too much, and so like it's not hard to get me talking about something, especially that I like or I'm passionate about. I just, you know, I have to kind of reel it in sometimes. But that was cool to go talk about the stand. But like what kind of came out of that was, and I didn't put the pieces together until like probably day 2, was, you know, when it comes to like our industry, I've only been to MTE. You know, I've been to other trade shows. I've been like Blade Show and stuff, but it's not about like our industry. So like I only know MTE within our industry. And then I go to SEMA, which is similar, which I mean, it's collision industry, but I'm still there pushing my stand and we're doing glue pulling and all that fun stuff. And the amount of body guys, because we're in the body shop hall where all the body shop products are being debuted and stuff. So the amount of body guys who came up who were interested in learning PDR was pretty great. Like that was kind of unexpected, because when you're in a PDR industry, let's just say most of the people there know PDR, right? They're not
right.
I mean, there are people looking for training or advanced training. Of course, that's going to exist, but it was like it was a different group of guys that I'm not used to, I guess is what I'm saying. That there was like this huge interest from body guys wanting to get in that were interested in the training. And so kind of unexpectedly, we had this large surge in talking about the training, which is really cool. And it's been really busy since we've got back. I've already scheduled 2 in-person trainings since I've got back here. And I got another one today. And I had to talk to you about this other one. I got another one that wants me to go to them. So anyhow, it was like, man, this is kind of, it kind of just ramped up pretty quick. And that was, I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, that was
I was just
totally
going there to talk about the
unexpected.
stand, and then this whole ballooned up. So I was like, wow, okay, there's something to this. So that was awesome. I mean, I say this, I don't know how, you know, a nice way to say it, but like I'm a trade show junkie. Like I absolutely love trade shows. I mean, I don't think I'd like a sewing trade show, but I think like when it comes to like gear and gadgets and like cool stuff, like you can't pull me out of it. Like, I mean, I want to see everything. I want to see every booth. I want to at least walk down every aisle, because like that, I live for that kind of stuff. And so going to SEMA, which has been like the epitome, like my pinnacle trade show experience, and seeing their elaborate booths that they set up, it's just absolutely amazing. The amount of money that they, for such a temporary thing,
That's wild, isn't it?
Like,
Yeah.
And we've only seen a sliver because you can't see all of this in one go, especially not if you're working a booth.
Yeah.
so it's not just about the money like that it costs for the booth, because I mean, let's just say there's a lot of deep pockets there, and I'm sure they could just throw whatever at it. But it's the amount of like investment of time to set some of that stuff up for such a temporary thing. Like the vision or the expected return that they're going to get on doing that has got to be crazy. So it was really interesting to see like how all that makes sense. Mm-hmm. I mean, there was tubing benders in there, that there these automated CNC tubing benders that had to have been 40 feet long, that have to weigh tens of tons, that where they're fully working, set up, running automations, bending tube. And I'm like, man, they didn't just bring a TV with a video of it working. They brought the whole freaking thing, and it's set up and it's running operations. And it's like, bro, like, I don't understand how that makes dollars. I mean, I mean, I guess it does, but it's like, what are they doing? This is crazy. And on top of like, the cars were cool. Obviously, like I wouldn't say like one thing stood out to me. It was just kind of the whole thing collectively was like really exciting to see. I mean, it's such how many square feet was the facility was inside?
Over 1 million.
I want to say it was like 2.9 million.
It was the second biggest trade show in the country behind the Consumer Electronics Show.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
it's insane the amount of square foot. And if you think about, like, I was looking at all the little things that have to be done. It's such a huge undertaking. Like, it's unfathomable. I don't understand how our society can do that. Like, I mean, it's like, it blows me away that stuff like that gets done.
For 5 days a year.
Yeah, for 5 days a year.
Maybe that's the trick, is it takes 360 days to pull off those 5.
It's got to be. It's got to be, because it's so immense. Like, I don't understand it, but it's really cool. You know, when you look at it like kind of deeper like that, and not just surfacey, but like, man, how do they do this? How do they pull this off? It's such.
I doubt it makes financial sense as far as like sales that people make at that time. But I feel like to exist in that world, you have to be there, to exist there, to meet people that, you know, like you're saying, connect different dots that become something in the future. And it's like, if you're going to exist in that world, that's where you have to be. You have to, you know, belly up to the bar.
Yeah, I mean, because they're making connections there, and they're selling, you know, I don't know what they're, but it's crazy the level that exists on, and it was really cool to see. And then, listen, I was just there 2 months ago for the PDR Expo, and we
In Las Vegas.
we stayed on the Strip, and I was all right there. And then somehow I'm at SEMA, and we're talking about getting back and forth, and they're like, "Oh, just take the Tesla tunnel." The what? The Tesla tunnel. What the frick is a Tesla tunnel? And you find out it's a tunnel that Elon Musk decided to drill, which I want to go back to. How does a guy get approval to drill tunnels underneath all the casinos? Doesn't that seem like a bad idea for the casino people?
Right.
Like, how do you get everybody to say yes to that? Like,
A couple of the
you're
Kiko
getting freaking
guys
robbed.
they were telling me about this. They're like, yeah, you can go through the tunnel in a Tesla. And I'm like, I did not believe them. I thought they were playing
Messing with you?
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's the real thing.
Until I saw it.
Yeah. So for you guys who don't understand, just YouTube Tesla tunnel, and you'll see what I'm talking about. But it's basically like a miniature subway, meaning it's scale wise. It's not like that vast of network of tunnels, but they're making it bigger, from what I understand. And it's just these tunnels, and that Teslas just go through. So you like walk down a stairwell to get to like where the Teslas are parked.
No, they were above ground.
Okay.
Ones that I saw.
Yeah, we'll say they might dump out.
They go
There
down.
were some that
They
were
go-
under. There's
Yeah.
some that were under. If you look at the videos, some
That
are
video,
under.
yeah.
And then you just go down, and there's a person in a car. So it's kind of like Uber underground. So if you mix like Uber and a subway, that's what you get. You get some guy sitting in his car waiting for you to show up so he can drive you through the tunnel.
Eventually, it's supposed to be automated.
It's supposed to be
Yeah.
automated, but it's not yet.
Yeah.
But yet they have full automated cars in the streets on the strip, like driverless cars.
Yeah.
So why can't you put those in the tunnel?
Could be a union.
Because maybe
thing.
they're not Elon
Union.
Musk's.
They could be union drivers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Everything's union.
Or
out
Elon
there.
ain't letting them yet.
Right.
Because he's got his own. But either way, it's like,
Insane.
when did this happen in my life? Like,
Yeah.
I didn't know about this. I feel like I should have known about that. Like,
No one told you?
It's like, you live in 2025. I feel like somehow I would have known about that. And I
Yeah.
felt like I was like, man, because I was just there. And I would have liked to know. I would have taken one. We didn't end up taking one because it was crazy because of just the volume of people. So it was like, you're not going to get one. But like,
Oh,
that's
even just
amazing.
waiting for the tram is brutal.
But again, how does a guy get approval to drill under the most valuable,
Strip of land.
where any crime, like Ocean's 11 or any of that stuff, like you can see like, oh, this is going to end bad for the casino. This guy drilling a tunnel underneath it, like it doesn't end well. But he just decides he's going to do it and gets full access to the underground. Now,
I think he might have a lot of money.
Yeah. Money and power, man.
I don't know. It's just like I could see that working somewhere else, but Vegas, it's like, yeah, buddy, not here. Too risky for us.
I don't know, but they are Teslas, so maybe there's no ventilation shafts or anything, and it's just a tube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And anyhow, it was absolutely like mind-boggling that exists, but it does, and it was super cool. But like,
We got to take our sons. That was really cool. They had a much better time than we had.
Oh, I
they
bet.
they loved it.
so they have called the burn yard, which is, if you saw the videos, it's where
Hoonigan
just
has a
does
huge
burnouts.
setup.
And they have them like twice a day, I think.
Yeah.
Every day. And my son went to every single one.
Loved it.
Yeah, I think except for one, which was on Friday or
The
something.
last day because you were with him.
Yeah, because I was with him running around looking at vendors. But he went to every single one. And
They'd come back to the booth with just like rubber all over their
Oh,
faces
sure.
with
Yeah.
stuff they caught for like
Oh,
swag.
chunks of tire. Oh, throwing the
They-
shirts out.
yes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, my
they
son-
loved it.
my son had bags, like the cheap backpacks. They give you the drawstring ones. Like he had a day 1 bag, a day 2 bag, a day 3. Every day he'd get another bag. And I told him, I'm like, hey, bro, this is like trick or treat. You're going to go to every freaking booth. And if they got something for free, you're taking it. Sticker, swag, hat, koozie, whatever it is, just take it. We can get rid of it later, but like you can get everything. And so he was on assignment. And so like, they were just getting all kind of free stuff. And so he had just a day 1 bag, day 2 bag, day 3. And it was super cool. But they had a lot of fun. I'm hoping that it inspired something in them, or at least Deacon, but both of them. But my son specifically, that this exists. Like when you're. First of all, I would have loved to have gone to something like that when I'm 49, just now getting to it. That was my first time. So
Right.
if I could have gone to that when I was younger, who knows what my trajectory would have been like.
Right.
So I think it's cool to be able to expose them to as much of that as possible at that age. Hopefully it adds value to their life in some way of whatever that is, that's kind of what I feel like as a dad. Like if I can get them in that environment, it's good. He goes to MTE too, so I try to exposing him to that. Just so he can have a better context of what I do in my life and what I do for work and to make money. All of those things I think is only good and healthy for them. Hopefully, I don't even say hopefully. I mean, maybe this is the path that he chooses. Maybe it's something else. That's cool too. It doesn't have to be dent repair, but if it is, then hopefully this helps, solidify that with them, like of taking what I'm doing and just kind of continuing with the torch in some way, whether or not it's locally here, Dent Slayer, or whatever that is. I don't know. But
And that's how Mac came to work for us. Is like we can't. You're not going to tell that kid what to do. Like he's just not wired to take direction. But we took him to MTE and let him go to education day and sit in on these talks and see me talk and see what I do day to day and talk to other dent guys that aren't dad, right? Other people
Yeah.
that aren't mom, and get a picture of what this industry is. And he came back and he was like, and it took, I mean, it was two trips, and he's like, this makes a lot of sense. Like, he worked at a body shop in high school, and they were like, what are you doing, dude? Like, you know who your dad is? You should not be here tearing cars apart and learning how to sand filler. Like, you should be working with your dad. So they sort of planted the seed, and then we went to MTE, and he talked to some other techs. And then he went to MTE again and watched, and it was like, man, Dad, you do know what you're talking about. This is pretty cool. You know, and tried to be open with him on some financials and what the career could look like. And he's like, well, he's like, why would I not do this? I'm like, you had to come to that realization on your own.
I've been telling you that for 15 years, buddy.
Right?
And you haven't heard
You
it.
never heard it once.
I think it's so cool too, because I would say we're all here for the most part. We're still the first generation of PDR. I mean, and there's some guys who've been doing it, let's just say 10 years longer than us. It's not a whole lot collectively in the whole scheme of.
I don't know I don't think 10 years is a generation, right? Isn't it about 20 a generation? So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So like,
About.
we're still part of that first generation of technicians, and like our kids now are going to be that next ones that
Yep.
take this industry maybe and do something with it. And it's still such a young industry. Like, if you think about it, like the first PDR guys are still alive
Right.
and doing PDR for the most part.
Right.
Like, we haven't died off yet.
Yeah.
And like the next ones are coming in, and if you look at like how fast the evolution has been in our time, and what we've in the short amount of span of time of what we could do versus what we can do now.
Even the last 10 years,
Yeah.
like, unreal.
And so what they're going to do is just super cool, with us having paved the way in so many ways for them. And so like it's super cool to see, and not just my son and your son, but like there's a whole nother generation that are coming in that, you know, we're starting to see. They're out there, like Will's son Titus is out there running hail right now and making money, buying trucks and motorcycles, and it's like, man, that's freaking cool.
Yeah. Well, Wade Hartley's kids out on the hail trail with him. My buddy Dan in St. Louis, his son and son-in-law are both fresh in. I got another former student in Delaware, his kids getting in. Like, it's exciting.
Yeah, it's like
really
we
is.
see it kind of shifting in a cool way, and so it's interesting to see what it will turn into, and when they're older and they kind of take over, and you know, maybe he takes over this business, maybe I don't know what he does. I mean, he, you know, like, but like it would be cool to see, or it's cool to think about what that could be, you know. So,
Well, having Mac stepping in, I can tell you it's pretty cool and inspirational to watch our son come in and step in, and he gets it, and he wants to make it work, and he wants to chase his craft. And the kid's smart. Like, I think he's an old soul. Like, this isn't his first run. He's got too much intelligence. And it's just really cool to watch him come in and see him learn, and how he's problem solving and figuring things out, and wanting to help grow the business. Like, I hope you get to experience it. I really do.
how long do you think it took you to get as good as your son is now?
Man, he keeps sort of like blowing my mind with what he's tackling. So he is 11 months in. I started training him in December of last year, maybe end of November. So he's 11 months. The dents that he's fixing now, the stuff he's going after and tackling, for sure, years. 3 years, maybe 4. And with the trajectory he's on, I mean, he's going to be at where I was at in 5 years. If he stays on it, if we stay real busy through the winter, he could be there in 6 months. So at 18 months in, approaching where I was at in 5 years, which is just ludicrous. It's amazing,
Yeah.
but it's crazy.
So Deacon has had a tool in his hand, not consistently, but like, I got pictures of him at 8 years old working on a fender. Like, he didn't fix it, but he was pushing on it. I mean, I let him go to work on it. And then I got videos of him when he's 11 or 12 glue pulling roofs. And, so like, he's always kind of had this slow boil turn into it. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like 11 months ago. He's just been he's just learned it from his being, his whole life essentially. But, he's really turned on the gas, I would say, in the last year, let's just say, where like he's working for me part-time. He's not working for me full-time. I just don't have enough volume to support him full-time. And the stuff I get a lot of big, bad dents, and that's just outside of his wheelhouse. But I put him on what I can put him on. And I've been really testing the boundaries of what I can put him on, and he's only doing well. Like he's passing all the tests, and he's doing really well. And I look at like, okay, what is that? Like, I mean, is it like the knowledge that you or I might bring to it, and like he's already so much ahead of the curve? Is it the tools? Is it the cars? Is it are teaching them, like, because they're just getting it so much faster. Like, what he's doing now, let's just say with a year of like really turning on the gas, I was like 5 years trying to do what he's doing.
Right.
So I kind of feel robbed a little bit. It's like, I'm doing a long time, but like, this don't really count a lot compared to like what he's getting. He's just getting this consolidated, condensed, like, I don't know. It's impressive. I'm a little jealous.
I'm right there with you. I mean, it really is. It's mind blowing because I can remember how hard I couldn't get it. Like, I was ready to throw in the towel, and like Mac went to the beginners competition and took 3rd place. Like, that dent at the beginners competition, I don't think I could have fixed it 3 years, let alone well enough to place in that competition. So he might be ahead of me. So I think where skill-wise and pushing-wise, comfortably 3+ years of where I was at. Where he lacks is experience in dents in different spots, dealing and figuring out how to get to the car. Like, he just doesn't have enough reps to know, how like we can just find our way around a car. Like, we'll figure it out. He's still figuring it out. That would be and I think any new guy is going to run through that just because it's a reps problem.
Yeah.
But push skill wise, he's comfortably at 3 years, and on a rocket trajectory up from there.
What he's good at, like, and it's interesting to see kind of where their skill set takes them, but like he just grabbed blending like that. He loves blending. He loves where, like, I know a lot of full-time seasoned dent guys who still don't understand blending, and he just like grabbed blending, and he loves blending. And then tapping up, because we have Salo who works here, who is kind of trained Deacon with tapping up from the bottom side. We were at SEMA. Dude. It was so funny. We had a panel set up because we were showing the stand and leverage, and so we had a salvage door, and we had rods, and we were letting people just push
We were
on
not thinking we were going to be doing like PDR demos. We just had the stand, and we're like, let's put this on it.
Right.
And then there's a light, and then it's like, let's put some dents in this thing and
but
fix it to bring people in.
Yeah, we do know that interactive brings people in.
Sure it does.
And so, like,
But we didn't bring anything to do that. We didn't bring any hammers, knockdowns, tools,
They got in the Kiko
light.
booth. They got all that stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So yeah, that worked out to have all the Kiko stuff. But so we had a rod set up and we hit a dent and we let people fix it or they'd watch us fix it or whatever. And it's just, simple stuff, nothing crazy. And I was talking to somebody about training and they're like, how long? And I'm like, well, here's my son. He's 18, and I'm like, hey, Deacon, fix this dent. And I just whacked a dent in it. And he's like, how do you want me to do it? And I'm like, however you want to do it. And he grabs a hammer and a knockdown and he just goes, pop, 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 pop. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to try to be realistic. Let's just say 15 seconds or less. He had that dent up, like flat. And the guy who it surprised me because I didn't expect him to do that good. Probably faster than I would have pushed it. like meaning if I'm doing a demo, like I'm going to try to go slow and clean.
Right.
He probably tapped it up faster than I would have pushed it. No, but again, he was showing off a little bit, but he got it up quick to the point where the people behind me were like, "Oh my gosh, how did he freaking do that? That's the fastest thing ever. Are you kidding me?" And like they were freaking out, losing their mind because how fast he just tapped this dent up. And I'm like, "There you go. My son, he's 18.
Right.
Come train, But again, he loves the tap up. Like that makes sense to him. And he loves the blending. And so it's cool to see how that, builds into his own little niche skill set.
But then I was yelling at him because it was our only knockdown. And I'm like, bro, you're ruining our knockdown. That's the one. And he's like, Daddy's saying I can't do it. Matt's like, just do it.
Yeah.
Shockingly,
Give me my knockdown.
Mac leans heavy into glue, if you can believe it.
But that's awesome, man. Like to see what they pick up and what they run with. Like, because I wouldn't have thought those two things would be it, but he just does. And he's very clean.
That's awesome. Mac is very clean too. He's picky. Like, yeah, real picky.
The other day we had a really bad roof and it was rib dents, like big dents, irregular shaped dents in the ribs. And he was fixing this roof. It's an enterprise roof, so they're all stepped on and stuff. And so I was like, Deacon, man, I'm sorry. You got to do this roof. It's just what it is. I got other stuff I got to do. I just need you to just push metal. I don't care. You're not going to mess it up. Just push the metal. Like, call me if you need me. It was really just like emergency.
Right.
Do what you can. And I had helped him out on a couple things, where maybe it's a whale tail and it's far up at the front and it's over a brace and, the whale tail's not long enough. I mean, this is the longest UV roof and very technical stuff. Hard for most dent guys to, and he butchered this thing. Like far dent. It got ugly. What it was he should have went around the side and shallowed it and then finished it from the back, but he tried lifting it from the back where it was just dark shadows. He couldn't see what he was doing, and by the time it got up, it was kind of ate up.
Right.
And I was like, Deacon, man, you got to fix that. Like that and so he got up and he fixed everything, and I thought even his repair of his mess up was going to look ugly, and I got up there and I was like, dang, like he made that look really good. Like even after he messed it up, he fixed it and he brought it back, and I'm like, wow. And then I had to help him the rest of the way, but like even your mess ups was impressive.
Right.
To recover that fumble. I mean, and that was a learning experience, right? Because I mean, he's just doing what he knew, and he didn't know that part of it. And he's always done little round hail dents that you can see from the back.
Right.
And so he'd never been in that deep of water. And so, but again, I got to put him in there to test him and see where he do.
Oh, that's the trial by fire, man.
Yes.
It's a great way to learn.
And he totally passed, even though he messed up. Like that was totally a pass in my book. Like, heck yeah.
So what was that car that you had in here the other day that you used a clean connection for? Was it some kind of EV?
You had the doors
It's a
off.
Polestar.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And you used claim connection.
I did not.
You didn't.
No.
Why
And
didn't you?
Because the estimate that they got was fair. I didn't need to rewrite it.
Okay.
It was a good sheet. Like by the time I put it in Mobile Tech, it was
So
it
that
was right at what I
who made
wanted.
that? The estimate. The insurance.
The insurance company.
Wow.
Yeah.
How rare is that?
Not common. Usually it's the other way around. But
Wow.
like, and again, like even if it's a couple $100, for me, like if I can just say no, we'll go with that amount and not have to convert anything.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy was already paid. Mm-hmm. So like you're just creating a bunch of mess that doesn't need to be there. So I'm like, hey man, whatever they wrote, that's great. I'm happy with that number. You pay me that and we're good. So I did not use Claim Connection for that one.
Yeah.
I will tell you this. So my Rivian SUV that I did. Mm-hmm. So the molding got ripped off the fender, and I
saw that.
I had to
Saw that.
It did when the deer hit it. It just like distorted the molding, and so when I put it back on, it just was loose and it
Wasn't right.
It wasn't secure, and the customer was like, "Yeah, I want it replaced." And I'm like, "Totally get it. Let me reorder that, and I'll sup it." So I sent all that in, and Tammy's like, "Hey Matt, they don't want to pay this. They said it's the customer's responsibility. What do you want to do?" And I'm like, "I want you to give me their freaking number because I want to call them and like I'll go off on them." She's like, no, you don't get involved. I'll tell you what, let's go through your phone, give me whatever pictures you have, and I'm going to continue to send it up and just press them on it. And I'm like, okay, Tammy, but like literally that's my fault. Like you've already done your job. Like if I jumped the gun in ordering the part or didn't get the right pictures of those parts before I did it, then that's on me. I'm not expecting you to do that. I kind of messed up. She's like, no, just get it to me and I'll fix it. So anyhow, went to SEMA, all that stuff. I came back. They were still arguing with her. And I'm like, Tammy, just walk away. Like, I don't care. It's $600. Like, you've done your job. I will eat that. Like, that's on me. And she's like, no, I think I got a couple more tricks up my sleeve. I'm like, okay. And so she kept pressing it. Anyhow, she got it figured out. But the point of my story is like, it wasn't just the filing of the claim. It was the handling of it with the adjuster that they do, which, I mean, she fought for me for 2 weeks for a $600 part. Now, again, that's what you're hiring them to do. And so like, that's what their role is.
You just missed ordering that on the original estimate?
No, but I put in as a supplement because the part looked good. It's just when it goes to put it back on, it didn't secure right.
Yeah.
And so
I get it.
So that's typically where you would put in a supplement for something that you didn't notice at the initial claim. Okay. So then,
how would the insurance say that was the customer's fault?
Yeah, that's what I don't
on the
understand.
customer.
well, they didn't say it was their fault. They said
It's on
They
them?
said we've already
Satisfied?
We've already satisfied it, and the repair shop didn't get proper documentation that it was broke or distorted. And so I'm like, well, I got all the pictures. I got pictures of the gap.
What more do you want?
Like that's the problem. It's not broken.
Right.
If it was broken, I'd show you it's broken. It's not broken. It's just not seating right. Mm-hmm. And the customer wants it fixed. So like I tried to be thorough in my documentation. It's just the documentation was kind of insufficient and it was freaking State Farm who wants to be a pain in the neck anyhow.
I can't believe if you had an invoice for the part that they were denying.
I had an invoice and the photos.
Even if they wouldn't pay you markup and they would only pay you at cost, I can't believe they wouldn't. I can't believe they pushed back on that.
They pushed back on it for 2 weeks and wanted to go round and round and round. And then they said, I forget the word. We've already satisfied our end of it. And that's up between you and you have to get the customer to pay that. And I'm like, Matt Boyette would never call the customer and say, you owe me $600 like that.
Well, that's what they're banking on.
Yeah, that's what they want. Yeah, but like that's like you acknowledge that the car was hit by a deer, and this is a plastic molding on the panel that was hit. Like, I'm not just like, oh, the other side was damaged. I could understand if it was something that,
Right.
But this was the side that was hit. So like, we don't have to like connect too many dots here to understand you owe me for that part. But again, these insurance companies want to take your money when it comes to, you know, the monthly bill, but they don't want to pay out when it comes time to, and they're looking for every reason that they can. And so like literally that car's been out of here almost a month and I'm still negative $600. I mean, I think it's probably in my account now, but like it's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
But anyhow, that's the value that they bring. In my opinion, is I'm at SEMA and she's dealing with that stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be dealing with that.
Yep.
So,
And I can't remember if we talked about this, but the new Blue Driver situation with Mobile Tech RX, I haven't tried it yet, but I got the unit. Have you heard of this, Gene?
I have, yeah.
Have you used it?
I have not.
Okay. Do you think you will?
So we have an Autel scanner.
Okay.
And we have an AirPro scanner.
Yep.
So I probably don't need
Yeah.
a third scanner.
Yeah. You have your bases covered.
But it's pretty cool. And it still blows my mind how many techs out there aren't scanning.
Yeah.
Like I saw somebody, I can't remember who it was. Somebody who makes a lot of videos, and somebody asked a question about scanning, and the guy's like, well, I have a memory saver, and, you know, I'll call a company if I need it. Literally, if you are unplugging anything in these new cars, you need to be scanning, period. It's non-negotiable. Yeah. So I'm glad to see that Mobile Tech finally got that put together. I mean, they've been talking about that for years. I've had conversations with Eric about that. I'm an old school Mobile Tech. I've been on with since beta. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. And Eric's a good dude. I really like Eric.
Yeah. He's been super cool.
he's supposed to be coming on the podcast.
Yeah.
We're just
You
trying to-
bumped him, Gene.
Hey, sorry, Eric. Nice.
Yeah, we really wanted you to get down here to see to
See the
talk with
table?
Matt about the
Yep.
stand and everything.
We had some
so.
great conversations today about the table, and yes, there will be one in my shop.
Dent theory. We talked a lot about dent
Lots
theory.
of dent theory.
What's the nerdiest thing that y'all talked about when y'all were in the shop?
Then, well,
Without going down the rabbit hole.
So I don't know that we landed on the answer. I would say the topic that we went the deepest on is stretched metal and shrink boxes, what their limitations are, and exactly what they're doing. Like I've still not got an answer backed up by science on exactly what that box is doing. I've heard that it's adding carbon to the panel, which I don't think is right because you can use a copper rod and not the graphite. So I think that's not a right theory.
You can use the carbon rod, or you can
Copper?
You can use the copper,
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
and it does the same thing.
Yeah, Keith's box comes with copper rod.
But I just use the brittle, whatever that is. What is
it's like
that?
a graphite.
I thought you had to use that,
No.
and it keeps
You,
breaking
you
on
know,
me.
you should scan the QR code on the
I
front of
did.
that and watch the 20-minute
I
video
did.
that I made for Keith.
I promise you, I did.
Well, I talk about the carbon or about the copper
need
rods
to watch
in
it
there.
again, I
You gotta
guess.
go study up, son.
I watched that whole thing, by the way, but not twice. And you go back
All right,
and
we'll
watch.
go back and take
Okay.
notes. So we were talking about stretch and repairing stretched, displaced metal theory, and part of that is like, is the box superheating the metal, and that's what's shrinking it, which I don't think is right. I think the zap, the electric discharge, I think is making a microscopic, undetectable high spot, and it is simply crinkling the metal the way an old metal, shrinking hammer would work. I think it's crinkling. in our discussion, we were talking about like, do you stay just in the stretched metal? Do you expand from there? Do you need to add tension to help spread that out? And I think we didn't answer the question, but we went deep on it.
We went deep down the rabbit hole. I mean, and some other little
Are y'all
topics around that.
if you're shrinking something, are you having that under tension while you're shrinking it? Do you ever do that? I've not done that.
That's part of the
That's some of the
discussion.
rabbit hole. I mean, I guess it depends on the damage that you're
Yeah.
trying to shrink. If it's a little hail dent in the middle of the roof, like,
But have y'all tensioned it as you were shocking it?
yeah,
You have?
yeah. I mean,
Did it seem like it helped?
well, again, it's damage specific. Like, I mean, you're going to get different results with the shrink box for different damage you're attacking. Like, and there are some different supplemental techniques. That's what we're talking about. Is like we're getting really nerdy here, but like, so like you have cold shrinking, right? Which is just with a tool, with a sharp tip tool, right? That technique will only go so far, right? If the damage is too stretched, there's a certain point where that technique is kind of caps out. Okay, then we go to the shrinky box shrinking underneath the panel, and what are its limitations, and how far will that go before we have to hit this next technical, add-on that takes that even further, which would be putting it under tension. Like there's layers of the technique you need to do depending upon the damage. And we were talking about, in my opinion, is insufficient understanding of all of those, and or training or discussion about what those do and when they do it, and what the understanding of what we're doing. Like, we know how to fix dents. There's plenty of great guys who know how to fix dents, but we're trying to understand deeper what it is, kind of nerdy scientifically, that it is we're doing, and what those limitations are, and when to employ different techniques, right?
So I heard you say something that I've never heard before. When y'all were talking, you said you don't, if you have stretched metal, you don't do metal on metal dolly
Never.
because you're
Not even if it's not stretched, but
because
ever.
you're flattening the metal more. You're stretching it more,
Thinning the metal, yeah.
thinning the metal.
Thinning.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, metal to metal. Will
That
thin.
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, like if we-
I've only always done that.
You're like, man, it just keeps getting worse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like if you watch like how a blacksmith will like take a chunk of metal,
Yeah,
right,
he's thinning it out.
and then they want to make it longer. They
Yeah,
they
beat the
hammer
crap
it
out
between
of
a metal handle
And it's
hammer
going
and an
out.
anvil,
Yeah.
and it thins it and spreads it out.
Never even thought about that.
So if you're trying to do the reverse of that, the worst thing you could do would be to take a metal dolly and a metal hammer and bang those two immovable objects together so that the inside metal that you're trying to fix just gets thinner and elongated. So you don't want to do a metal. You can do a rubber dolly and a metal hammer, or
you have a rubber dolly?
it's called a hockey puck.
No.
But
I have like wood ones and like
They also
Kevlar
make
ones.
rubber coated dollies for that.
Really?
I like to wrap a few layers of leather around a steel dolly to get that softened cushion. Yep.
And then you can use a steel hammer on top. But kind of my general rule is one on top, one on the bottom, but not, you can't have
can't
metal
have
to metal. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Because that counters what you're trying to cure. So,
That's a good tip. Never heard of that before.
Yeah.
yeah.
That can get you in trouble. I'm sure I got myself into trouble over the years trying to figure out smashes going metal to metal.
Yeah, because what we think is, let's flatten it.
Flatten. Yeah.
Like that's all we think of is get the metal flat. And that, I mean, maybe is right in thought process, but in application,
You're creating more surface area.
you're just thinning and stretching it
That's so
further and making it worse. So you're hurting yourself by doing that.
Wow. So there's one other thing I wanted to ask you about, Gene.
Sure.
But you, on your podcast that you just released, you said Mac's girlfriend, Olivia, is now doing your social media.
Yes.
And
she
so-
just started.
And you've gone through several social media people.
Yes.
So, I mean, what can you tell people that you've learned through this journey of trying to get somebody to help you with that?
Finding the right person is difficult.
Uh-huh.
So probably my biggest lesson learned is make sure you are on the same page as your employee, and not just social media, but I think employees, people in general. Make sure you're on the same page with them. Understand their goals, short term and long term, and make sure you are doing your best to try to meet and keep up with that, and you're staying on the same page with them. I think that's probably the biggest mistake I made with Dylan and why we lost her, and that falls entirely on me. A little bit of regret there, but again, there's a dot somewhere that it's all going to work out, so we'll be okay.
What do you think you could have done to hold on to her?
I think so. She was finishing.
Hindsight's 2020.
Yeah, so she was finishing school, and we had sort of originally hired her as an intern, and we're maybe too slowly moving her up the pay scale. And I knew about where she wanted to be upon graduation, and that was a pretty big jump that I think we could have made. And because we didn't, I didn't keep up with sort of tracking on that and didn't stay with her, that put doubt into her and her, at the time, boyfriend, now fiance's mind that, man, maybe they can't keep up. They can't make that jump. And it was easier for her to jump ship than to trust that we would get there. I had all that, like, I'm going to figure it out. And I think she didn't think that I or we could figure it out. And it was easier for her to jump ship than to have us let her down, which I get.
By
I
jump
should've-
ship, did she find a opportunity to make more money? Is that what she did, or she just?
I think she's making more. Well, I know she's making more money than we were paying her, but like we had her in at an internship. I think she reached the salary that she was hoping to get to, and perhaps even a little beyond there. But she sort of shifted more from the creative side. So she had like a creative and PR degree, and I think she shifted away from the creative a little bit and more into the PR, because the creative market it's still a soft market. It's just flooded with, just like when I went for tech and like the tech boom was there with social media, there's a big influx of people that want to be creative, that want to do social media, and they're seeing that the job market is rough there. So I think she leaned into more the PR side of things, and I think PR may pay better than creative does. So she made a move. I'm happy for her. We have not really spoken much since she's left, but a couple of the other employees have stayed close enough with her and talked. It sounds like she's doing great, which is fantastic. I mean, we take like Dent Repair now as a family, and I hold to that, and I know that won't ever let me scale that to like some multi-million-dollar mega company, but it makes me feel good to know that we have a solid group around us. So I think that just not keeping up with, not communicating. Maybe I didn't even have to keep up. Maybe I just needed to communicate better, and I didn't. Yeah. So, right, like that's on me for sure. But it's been difficult to find a new media person. Really excited for Olivia. I'm going to call her Liv. Like everybody else is Olivia, but like Matt calls her Liv, and he introduced her as Liv, so it's Liv. She's really excited. It won't be long term. Like, she's going to school for education. She wants to teach. I don't expect this to be a career path for her, but it helps her out and lets her flex some of her creative muscles and helps us out. She's really stoked to be on and trying to help. And she's already got like pages of ideas. And when she comes home for Christmas break, you know, she's like, we got to shoot all these videos. And I'm shooting stuff up to her. And she's already shooting them back. She's like, hey, here's this, here's this. Oh, no, I've already put that in the Google Drive. So we're off to a good start.
Wow.
Yeah. And she's a great kid. So.
Was there anything, do you have anything coming up soon that you want to talk about, or any any trainings or products or anything like that?
So probably the biggest thing we're doing, and you know, the All Access podcast, we're making, and you sort of hinted at it at the beginning of the show. We had the Institute, which we can talk about that on the next episode, like all the details. But that was our training company. Again, we'll go back the whole Kiko route and everything. That was our training company, and Dent Repair now is our repair business forever. I would imagine, much like you guys, the repair business is the big driver. That's the dollar. That's the real moneymaker.
Yes.
And Dent Slayer and Tools and the podcast are a side gig. Well, Dent Repair now is our driver. That's our good company. We've got a great team. And AAI was a passion project's the wrong thing, but like, it's the education is the direction that I want to push in. And it's a lot harder to get going than I thought it would be. And I don't know if you guys have experienced the same with your training, but like, man, like, it's a lot of work. And we've had some employees with health problems. We've lost some employees. We lost a Dylan. The growth that I had in my head just wasn't there. And I just got to the point where obviously you can't focus on two things at once.
That's it.
Me and Melissa really sat down and had some deep talks on like, where do we go? And there was one point where I was ready to call you guys and be like, hey, I'm going to send AAI to you. We're going to put all your classes, you put all the classes there, and we'll figure out the financials later. But I need to step away. And I just couldn't let it go. Sorry. No offense. I'm like, man, what can we do? Like, what does it look like? How can we do it? And like, I put a lot of thought and discussion into it. And I'm like, man, maybe it's just, and I took a lot of inspiration from Mike Toledo, right? Not just standing in line to meet him. Like, I think he's a smart dude. I've shared the stage with him. I've paid him to come and speak at 20 group events. He still has Dent Trainer, but when I look at his media presence, he's switched from Dent Trainer and Dent Time to, and now everything appears to be Dent Time and or Mike Toledo with Dent Time. And he has taken and focused all of his creation and promotion energy into one channel, and then it divvies it up however it is. And I'm like, man, maybe that makes a lot of sense. Maybe that's how we can do it, is like, we will absorb AAI, we will absorb the Institute into Dent Repair now, and let me focus on promotion and content creation under one roof, right? Like, my customers that were coming in for Dent Repair had no idea that I flew around the country and teach, and I lead classes and I speak at these events, because that was all under the AAI brand. Well, if you're just logical about it, all of that makes you more credible in your market. And like, do you want to go to like the regular Dent guy down the road, or do you want to go to the Dent guy that teaches Dent guys? Because like, I want to go to the expert. I want to go to the shop that is the top. So that's what we're in the middle of. The move is absorbing or transitioning the Institute. Like, this is actually the last month. Like, the bank accounts will be closed at the end of November, and everything will be 100% inside of Dent Repair now. And it'll just let me focus on one brand, and then I can sort of have my different branches in there. So that's our big that's our big move is that transition. So we're going to call it the Institute. A little nod of the hat to AAI, the Institute at Dent Repair Now. We've already moved the podcast from AAI's website to Dent Repair Now. It went out. It showed up this morning, and it went to YouTube, I think, the right way. So if there's a cross-up somewhere, it's just the audio to YouTube. But it's live there. That was our first official episode, was yesterday. Had to get that out before I came down here. And yeah, just making it happen, man.
Yeah.
So we'll be talking at MTE. I think we'll be there for Beginner's Day on Wednesday. I am taking we're putting a Kiko shirt back on. I'm going to do a glue pull talk for Kiko on Thursday, so I'm really excited about that. And then me and Matt Moore again.
Do you speak on Wednesday, or you're saying you'll be there?
I speak on Wednesday, so in the afternoon.
To that beginner.
We're doing a glue pull 101. So if you're a new guy and you want to learn how to glue pull,
How many people usually show up to that Wednesday education
it's
thing?
smaller. I mean, it's in the hundreds. It's not thousands.
That's a lot.
But I've
Hundreds
done
of
it the
people.
last 2 years, and I probably had, I don't know, 50 people in the room. Like, I'll talk to 50 people.
Yeah.
That may not sound like a lot on paper, but if you grab
That's a lot of
50
people.
and put them in a circle and start talking to them, you're talking to a
That's
bunch
a
of
lot.
people.
Yeah.
And then me and Matt Moore are hosting the Shop Owners Roundtable again on Thursday, but we're mixing it up a little bit. Instead of the same old crew, me and Matt are going to MC and keep it rolling. We have Andy and Amanda Patrick coming in to talk, Ryan Shutt from RPS, and Doug Hillius out of Seattle. So three good shops, all sort of three different shops. Really excited to see how that talk goes. That's always a well-attended, standing room only kind of discussion. So excited, super excited for that. And then we'll do a show on Radio Row. You guys doing an episode there?
We haven't, just because we're so busy doing other things. We
Yeah.
haven't done that yet.
And that would be a long time to do like a 3-hour
Oh
show.
my gosh.
MTE.
Oh.
You would definitely have to do a short
It'd
episode.
probably be a rest just to get to sit there and talk.
Sit and talk. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
We have talked about like doing like a remote podcast, but like I was talking about maybe going to California, doing that one, and doing one at MTE, but it kind of goes against the theme of what we're doing.
I thought it was a little crazy when you guys launched and you're like, we're only doing it in person right here and that's it. And I was like, and that's tough. Like that's kind of crazy that you're going to do that. But what is this show, 17?
17.
That's
And we're
pretty
spacing
awesome.
out once a month, so we're not hitting them with volume, that's for sure. But I mean, that's over a year and a half, right?
But the shows are so long and so good. You know what I mean? I'm like, really? At first I'm like, a 3-hour show? Oh, I don't know. And then I start listening and I'm like, man, this is good. I gotta go drive somewhere on the route so I can listen to these guys and see what's up.
Like so like I've said it in the show, but like we want to be able to document your story, right? Like we got so many people in this industry that we're going to be phasing out soon, and we need to kind of be able to get a hold of their story and put it into virtual space forever for people
Right.
to be able to come back to. Catalog it, I guess you would say, or something.
I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm really so glad to see that it's working. Yeah.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, we got sponsors, and I would say it's fully funded at the moment.
That's killer.
Which it's not cheap. I mean,
No, sure.
And so it's been good. We're looking at more sponsors if they want to do that.
Well, listen, I know what hosting costs. I know what this equipment costs because I have most of it. Like, I don't have a Marcio.
No, well,
That's right. You don't have Marcia.
you can get one, but they ain't cheap, man.
Right.
Kidding. But they're worth their weight in gold in
Sure.
what they do, and so anyhow, it would be hard to sustain if we didn't have the sponsor, because I mean it's not cheap.
But we did it. We carried it for a year.
just
Yep.
to get it going and see if like, okay, can we sustain the pace of doing this every month? And they were like, okay, we've done it for a year. Now let's see
And
if
then you should have your download numbers, and you can say, "Hey, this is
Yeah.
our reach, and this is our watch time," and yeah,
yeah.
And I think the sponsors who are coming on board, like they get that it's not like a Joe Rogan podcast, but like for our industry, it's doing pretty good. It's one of the best things out. I mean, just not but it's pretty good. And I think it was we had to kind of prove that for a while.
Sure.
Like, are the guests going to come? Well, we'll see about that. Just like, you got the skeptical people, and we didn't know.
Right. Right.
So we had to figure that out if it was going to. But then as it's continued, I think it's only validated itself to where people are like, hey, can I come on? Sure. Like the people who we thought we would never get, we're getting. I mean, just like you're here.
Got Gene Fetty.
Got Gene Fetty. And so like, but as that, it's like this cyclic thing. Like as we get you, then other people will be like, oh, I need to go. If Gene's going, I can go, and so kudos to some of the heavy hitters in the early days, like Bryce and Keith and Chris White and
What
Kevin.
was that guy? Oh, I was going to act like I didn't know that guy's name.
Like some of the guys that came in really early and kind of believed in it. I mean, they were close, to be fair. Some of those guys were close, but not Chris, not Keith. Those guys, I mean, as far as you get for me. And,
Sacramento to Jacksonville. We're drawing a pretty long line there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they believed in it and they came. And I mean, so thank you to them for kind of helping us get traction and doing it. And so it's been great. And we have every intention to keep going as long as the guests will come.
Listen, if you would have put the screws to me last year, I could have mate it down in the beginning for you. But you were just like, hey, if you want to come on, that's great. See ya.
Well, and now it's getting even to like,
Matt's too chill.
Right?
Shalot wants an episode 2. You get an episode 2. It's like Tony had an episode 2.
How is it? We have a 3 to 4 hour podcast and we can't fit in everything that we want. It's hilarious.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you fit in that freaking foot long. It took you 3 and 4 hours to digest. Huh?
Well, listen, maybe you need to occasionally do
You go to the restroom.
the Joe Rogan episode where like a bunch of people come in, like some regulars. Maybe you need to get some regulars that'll come in and do just a group powwow show.
The last one was kind of like that.
Yeah.
Did you catch the
Oh,
last
I did.
one?
Yeah. With your brother and who was the guy?
Tony
from Delaware?
Shirley.
Yeah.
The last one was one of my most favorite in terms of how you like. It was just fun.
Oh, it's because you talked about guns for half an hour.
Well, okay, yeah, but true. But we were questioning whether or not the fourth person helped change the dynamic a little bit, because that was our first episode with a fourth person. Every other one, it's been one person, one guest, us two. And then we added that fourth person, and I felt like it changed the dynamic a little bit, and it made it a little bit more loose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, was it my brother? Was it Tony? Was it guns? I don't know, but it was definitely a little bit more loose vibe, which I liked.
And it was because it was, I think with two guests, there was less pressure. Nobody felt like the pressure was on them.
Yeah.
So
I definitely would want to do that more. Like if somebody, like if we have a regular random that comes on, like that would be, I like it because I think it changes it in a fun way.
Well, who wants to sponsor me to fly down to that? No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, well,
when you're in Savannah, if you're anywhere near it, you just be like, hey, are y'all doing anything this weekend? You could be
Exactly.
our fourth.
Well, I think you were in Savannah the same weekend I was in Savannah. You were doing your shooting thing.
I was. Yep. Yeah. But
That was a Just Us getaway, though. If I tried to throw a podcast in, that would not have been good.
Where do y'all go in Savannah? We have family up there.
So we love Tybee Island.
Yep.
This time we stayed downtown at one of the hotels, like sort of walkable for everything. We've stayed both. We love both. Different experiences.
Yeah.
Yep.
Totally different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Savannah's great.
Yeah.
You ever do a ghost tour?
Yeah, we did do a ghost tour.
Okay.
That was awesome. Yeah. Walking back by the old cemetery and yeah, it was cool. was very
Savannah's
cool.
got a really
Did some
crazy
cool
history.
old houses in the basement, and that was freaky. I don't know
Wow.
if it was real or you just felt real because like the story was good. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Lots of history there.
Yeah.
Whole lots of history.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's on our list of places to retire to.
Really?
Tybee, yeah. Tybee, Savannah,
Wow.
for sure.
Nice.
I keep saying when Matt Moore is ready to open up the Easy Auto Spa Savannah branch, I'm in. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wink, wink.
Retire to just a.
We'll just leave Mac to run Dent Repair now.
Yeah.
I'll fly down to Savannah and run that. You guys
Yeah.
got to get Matt on here.
Yeah, he's one we gotta get. I think now that you did it, he'll probably want to do it. Hopefully, I'm kidding, but like he's definitely one that he's got a lot of knowledge.
Is there any good fly fishing around here? Do the Reds come in? Can we come down and do a fly fishing trip?
Yeah. People fly fish like in the marshes and.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
low country. Mm-hmm. You hear that, Matt? Not you, Matt.
No,
Matt
I don't.
Moore. Yeah.
You think he listens to this?
He'll listen to this. He'll listen to my episode.
He's such a rock star now.
He is, man, that is one smart dude.
Yeah,
Really, really a smart dude. I every time I sit down with that guy, I learn something from him.
yeah,
sure.
We chat twice a year about something, and it's good.
Yeah.
It's really good.
I'll be interested to hear his Dent Slayer episode. That'll be a good one. That'll be a really good one.
I remember watching him when he was, I think, by himself in his single bay shop.
Yep.
I remember watching him like in the beginning. He might have had a guy, but it was very small, and it was just a single bay, probably like similar to this shop. And then he just exploded.
Just went big.
Yeah. And Ryan now. I mean, Ryan is
Oh, dude, Ryan's on fire.
probably similar on pace with him now with what he's doing with his. I mean, I think he just got another 5,000 square foot shop
For boats.
for boats.
Yeah.
We keep waiting because of the bridge thing that happened with him.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, we'll wait. It's for things to calm down before we ask him to come down here. But we should just ask because he's just going to keep doing stuff.
We were excited that he decided to come in for the shop owners roundtable. That's gonna be awesome. For sure.
So Ryan, so like how A1 kind of gave me a shot building tools. Ryan, I owe to some of my social presence because he was the first podcast I ever went on, and then he had me on multiple times, and he really. John gave me his shot making tools, but I think Ryan helped put Dent Slayer on the map. He put me out there, right? And so I owe Ryan a lot. We haven't talked in probably a year and a half, not because of anything other than I think the last time we talked was when the bridge fell or something, and he'd been busy, and I've been busy. But I would really love to catch up with Ryan, and I owe 100% am indebted to Ryan coming here and being on an episode. So he's another one I definitely want to get, and all he's got to do is tell me when, and he's on. Like, we'll make it happen. So
That's awesome. You should see if he's driving to MTE and catch him on his way down.
yeah, we've thought about doing that too, like trying to like smash a bunch of episodes of people who are coming in, like do one every other day if people are on their way down.
Right.
But I'm also trying to prepare for MTE too.
You got a big week.
Empty. Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough.
And I haven't told anyone yet, but I'm trying to go to SHOT Show, which is the week before MTE in Vegas, which is the gun expo. I haven't told my wife, but I'm really trying to do that, which is the whole week prior to MTE.
You can
Does Kelly listen to this?
Heck
She will.
nah.
She does? Oh, she does.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Shalot was like her favorite episode.
Wow.
It's so interesting. I'm like, he's pretty interesting.
I don't think Jen's listened to one episode.
Yeah, she listens. Mm-hmm. So she'll hear about it, but hopefully I'll already.
You could just ride
snoozed.
with Sheldon and those guys from SHOT Show to down here.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's go. Sheldon's one we're going to get on
I
here.
was gonna Sheldon would be a good one too.
Yep, we've already had that discussion. Eric Gars is one that's coming on at some point when we connect the dots. I'd love to get Kallenbach on here, but we'll see if that ever happens. Him and Maria.
could happen.
Him and Maria.
Both of them.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That would be a real cool one.
And I mean, I'd love to get some other tool tool builders on here. The Willies, I want to get on here so bad.
You got to get Christina on here too.
Yeah, we asked them, and we've invited them. So we'll her or Craig, whatever.
It's tough to get here.
Yeah, and that's fine. I understand it, but like at some point you're going to end up in Florida for something, and just hit us up if you are.
Besides MTE,
Besides
something
MTE.
else.
Either that or you got to figure out the roadshow kit, like for
Yeah,
like you were talking about. Because you could still get this format in the right place. There's podcast studios.
yeah, but we got to pay Marcio to go with us. And then we got to pay his hotel.
to
And
travel. I mean, come on. Tell the sponsors to kick it up.
yeah,
Dude, I hope we can get enough sponsors to where we can treat you better whenever you come in for a podcast.
Dude,
instead of
that
just
sub was
gangstering
great.
it up.
what do you mean with subs?
No, I mean
and
like
chips.
pay for people's plane, a hotel. Like
Bro, if
how
we hit
cool
that,
would that
we're
be?
next level if we hit that.
I know. I mean, that is.
That's gonna take some
I
deep
hope
pocket
We can do
sponsors.
that. Hey,
Yeah, we better get Nike or something on board. We're
well, Publix.
Well.
Raquel Manning just got a
Publix.
promotion.
See, we
So we
should have
got-
ate the subs on camera.
I
James
did.
freaking did.
See,
For-
I'm gonna
for-
blow
for
this
2.5
up, y'all.
hours.
The one guy you didn't think was gonna be the
Wait,
connecting
listen,
dot.
the cigar bar in Texas by Anson has a podcast studio.
What?
So maybe we can get a cigar brand to sponsor the show remotely. That, all right, I don't know. It's worth it.
So
it's
my
worth a shot.
cigar that I'm going to give you, he's out of Texas. He's out of Dallas.
Oh, so that's right there.
Yeah,
They're
he's
in
out of
Fort
Dallas. Yeah, he's out of
Yep.
Dallas, Fort Worth.
Dallas is a city.
Faustino Cigars.
Oh.
See,
So maybe we can get him. Doubt it.
could happen. Tag him. Whoever posts this, tag him in this.
Faustino.
Faustino.
Cigar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gene, anything else you want to talk about? Anything else you want to say before your next episode?
Nope. You're gonna have to come back for the rest of the story.
Boom.
Yeah. But this was awesome. I really, really enjoyed this. How long did we go? What's it?
We went 3 hours and 47 minutes.
Damn it. How long was Brandon?
4 something.
Yeah, but he had a lot of things to get off his chest.
Man, we can do another half an hour. I can beat. No, I'm just kidding.
We could.
We absolutely could. But
I got
think-
some more Oreos that I'll
I think
start
a-
eating.
I think another episode
can't handle it.
would be better. I don't know. So, like, thanks for having me down. Go check out the Institute at Dent Repair now. I don't know when this is dropping, but we're like this close to all of that being live. Check out my podcast. I try to do it. Lately I've been on a slower pace than you, but I'm on episode 44 plus 10 bonus episodes or something like that.
Yeah. I've listened to every episode.
Have you?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for being
a
a
lot
listener.
of good. Yeah. I was telling Matt that you're very generous with information. You're not gatekeeping. You're not trying to hold stuff back. You're very open with what you know. And I appreciate that about you.
Well, a big part of the push that I'm going to make with the Institute is less gatekeeping and more going out there and more in person that I think the less gatekeeping will do. And there's some people who I just don't think they're sharing good knowledge. And I think I can share better knowledge and help lead people in a better way. Not in this room. I think what you guys are doing is great. But there are some people out there that I think are just putting out knowledge that's not spectacular, especially for some newer techs. And it just doesn't sit well with me. So, yeah, there will be less gatekeeping and more information and more content to come. And we do get more than 3 days of winter in Pittsburgh. So the idea there is to double down on content and education in the slow season, right? Turn the slow season not into a slow season. So it's coming. And I appreciate that compliment, that note that's taken. Like, I really think, and I've believed it for a long time, that if you put your best stuff out there and share it freely, like, it'll come back to you. So that's what we're going to stick with, right or wrong. That's what we're doing.
Send it.
Yeah. Any other questions for me before we call it?
When do you fly out?
Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. So I started at 3:16 a.m. this morning.
Wow.
It is 9:45 p.m. now. I've got an hour drive back
8:45.
or 8:45. Oh yeah, 8:45. Whew. Almost lost an hour. 8:45. I've still got like that hour drive back to the hotel. Well, we got to eat dinner. Somebody's got.
Yeah.
I'm eating dinner. I don't know what you guys are doing.
Yeah. We can
So I might be the only person on the planet that heard your podcast last night. And
Well, it
saw,
dropped this morning. It dropped at 7 a.m.
but you were talking last night about I'm about to go to sleep. I'm gonna get not a lot of sleep
Yep.
and then wake up. And now you're here talking to me.
Yes,
I think I'm the only person on the planet that's heard all those things.
I like it.
Matt didn't listen.
I didn't.
Marcio, did you? Nope.
He thought I was from Philadelphia. But that's another story. Well,
It was fighting words.
before we go, I do have a question. So you guys were doing like a tool talk or something at the end of the show. So I've got a question.
Okay.
Technical question for the tool builder. So behind you is your cold snap,
Yep.
right? And the ARs.
Yep.
So I love the idea of the AR, right? Makes sense. Less moves, more efficient. I'm getting a harder snap when I go side by side. I've even taken the same tab, I can switch from one to the other. I get a harder, tighter pull with the cold snap than I was getting with the AR. Am I doing something wrong? Is there something I need to check out?
You're saying you're getting a better pull with the cold snap than with the AR. Do you
Correct.
have that one?
I don't have any of them because I tested them side by side multiple times and I stuck with my cold snap. But it was like I've tried several different ones with different people in different situations, and every time I'm getting a harder pull.
It's probably because it's a longer throw.
Okay.
Because it is a longer throw.
So generating more inertia.
You're just getting more of the stroke, kind of like a golf swing. Like you're getting a fuller stroke as opposed to the AR is probably a little bit trimmed off.
Yeah.
Because it's the same tabs. It's probably the same glue.
Yeah, no, I mean literally like taking it off of the cold snap and screwing it into the AR.
In some cases, the AR, depending on how you build it, like my AR-10, you can make it heavier than the cold snap. So if you're looking at what
I've not tried the heavier version.
yeah, I have in the shop. You can try it if you want, but it's probably just the stroke of it
Okay.
that you're probably just getting more of the snap.
The 10 has a longer throw, and you
Okay.
can add weight, so you can kind of dial all that in on the 10.
That one there is the AR-9 and the original short one that you're seeing there. So we kind of, some guys love that one. We still sell a lot of them, but we kind of changed over to the AR-10, which is a longer throw. It's about 1.25 inches longer throw, and then you can add weight to it to change the pull.
Okay.
So I would imagine you should be able to get similar pulls out of that,
Okay.
out of the AR-10 that you can with the cold snap. But if you can't, it's probably just because the stroke is just a little bit longer. And
Okay.
You know who loves that cold snap is Ryan Shutt.
Dude, I use it all
That's
the
what he
time.
loves,
Like
that
it is
thing.
a awesome
Yeah.
slide hammer.
I would say that I use that more than my AR-10, hands down. And I'm not doing hail every day. I'm doing wholesale big smash stuff. So, the AR-10, AR-9 was designed for hail stuff.
Slamming through rails,
Yeah, like,
saving time.
It's an efficiency tool.
Yeah.
Whereas the cold snap is more of a stronger
Versatile.
pull.
Yeah.
So for me, for what I'm doing, I would say I use the cold snap daily, weekly, versus I use the AR-10 monthly.
Okay. Well, maybe I made the right call then.
Yeah, I mean,
for what? Because I'm not a hail guy. I'll do hail.
Yeah.
But we do everything.
Yeah, it's kind of more. It's a hail tool. It's a hail specific tool. I would say. Can you get other stuff out of it? Of course, but
Right.
Toledo just put a video on the other day. He was doing it, and I mean, I love him for doing it, but it was like, yeah, it's kind of a big dent for that.
Too much dent for like a finishing hammer.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just not really what it's designed for. But I mean, go for it. More power to you if you can get it to work.
Listen, I never thought I would have the collection of slide hammers that I have for doing PDR work. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I thought that Worth one was going to be good forever. And then when I got my Kiko one that had the spring, I was like, oh, this is even better. If I have anything short of 10 different slide hammers in the boxes now, that's, you know what I mean?
We're at such a cool,
Crazy.
You can love us or hate us as far as tool builders. We get so much hate about, they're just trying to get our money. Why do we need another one of these? What do we? You don't have to buy it. But you should applaud that it's there, because I came and you came from a time where those didn't exist. Right. So again, you don't have to buy everything we make. We'd like you to, but you should still applaud that the innovation or that the variety is there.
Yes.
And because there was a time that those didn't exist. And if you're a new guy coming up, you've got 150 slide hammers you could pick from, as opposed to when I was a dent guy, there was 2, right? Yeah.
My first slide hammer got the design on, or the modifications on Doording.com. Harbor Freight had a 1 pound super ghetto slide hammer kit. Came with a bunch of accessories. The weight was 2 inches by 3 inches around. It was just a metal spike, and the one hook, if you took and filed it, you could make it big enough to get onto a Worth tab. And that was my first slide hammer. I used it for years. I think that was Charlie's first slide hammer too, just because the stuff didn't exist. Yeah.
No. Yeah. It was scarce to come by for sure. And there just wasn't a lot of variety. It's this is the one you get to use. This is it. Tools were just made different back then too. There was the innovation wasn't there. They were built out of I don't know how to describe it. There was just
More utilitarian, less refined.
correct. Yeah, it was way more crude. Just look at Dent Wizard tools. There was no aesthetic to them. Not that there has to be that, but it was very utilitarian, just stamped stuff. And now they're just way more thought out and intentional and aesthetic, but also, fully usable. I think that's just where we've come full circle as a tool industry. That stand, we build it to fully function and be as versatile as you want it to be, but also be very aesthetic and refined. There's no metal surfaces that scrape on that. They're all interfaced with a nylon so that you don't have any abrasion of sliding metal to metal surface, which wears the stand. And so there's a lot of intention behind it, where before it was just early days, it was just utilitarian, just no. And so anyhow, I think it's cool as a tool builder to be able to do that stuff. And
Well, I think it's cool as a tech to have all these amazing tools at your arsenal. And man, I really have spent a lot more than the $3,000 I thought I was going to spend on tools in the beginning. Yeah. I had to call my insurance guy. I'm like, hey, we got to bump up this tools and equipment rider.
Yeah.
If this melts down, it's gonna. I don't want to know how much I have in glue tabs in my shop.
Yeah.
Just in tabs.
Yeah.
I don't want to know. A lot.
Do you have some kind of inventory control? Meaning what do you have in case your stuff did burn down right now? What do you have that would document what you need reimbursed for, or what you need to replace?
So I've been contemplating doing an inventory across the board, right? Like a documented inventory of everything there, because it just keeps expanding. Biggs was in this weekend and we spent a bunch of money with Biggs. There's a lot of money there. I need to document that. I will say, if I had to go back and start from scratch, if they just gave me, if God forbid that happened and I got the insurance check, I don't know that I would buy everything that I have
Correct.
today.
Yeah.
But I would certainly buy a lot of it.
Yeah.
It would be I'd probably just fly to Anson and A1 and just start going Shaw and Dentcraft
How
and start going
adequate?
shopping.
How adequate do you think a video record of it all would be?
I think it would be very accurate. So we had a loss by one guy. We don't know what happened. Tailgate didn't latch. It was a new Chevy. Didn't know if the tailgate release button hit in his pocket. He was backed in and pulled out and lost tools. The insurance company was really cool. Like, I think he filed a police report, or at least for lost, in case somebody turned it in. They were pretty cool with, like, we went through, and then I just went to each website, and I was like, oh, we had this rat rod and that rat rod and this Mighty Mouse and this tool and this tool, and they reimbursed us, 100% for each tool that I said we had. So I think if you had video documentation where you could go through and be like, oh, there's the hammer, there's this, there's that tab set, there's the AR, here's the cold snap, I think that would suffice. It's certainly better than nothing at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably wise to go around and just
to have something, because when he lost that box, he was like, we're going through, and he's like, oh, going through the stuff that was at the shop, and oh, where's this, where's that? I did have this, and we think we got I'm sure we missed some rods, because you got those ones that just lay around until you don't need it till you need it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anything else, guys?
We're good. I'm good.
I think James is done. He's like, let's
He is.
Yeah.
I'm in a food coma.
Well, again, guys, seriously, thank you so much for having me on. I've really enjoyed it. I am happy to come back and do the second episode and continue the story and go from there.
Very cool.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Well, just let us know when that is, and you're in.
All right.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Gene.
it. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you, man.
All right. See y'all next time.
Later.
The Dent player, Matt Boyette. Thank you so much for being here.
She's new.